Good morning, everybody. Okay. All right. Bounce on ES. It's at 43.80. I don't know how much traction it has here. Definitely a put wall. VIX 1790. Contract in front on VIX, however, 18.1. So VIX future is down a little bit, but VIX up. Hopefully that'll right itself. Dixie down about 10 points. Uh, yen 146.11. Yields rocketing above the 5 through 30. Yields up all like 100 basis points or more. Looks like someone's trying to get some liquidity this week. J&J not looking so hot. K-View's moving up. Okay, so that's going kind of as expected. I could probably take profits here. That seems reasonable. Um, 43.82 futures. Testing 43.95. Alright, Tupperware? What the fuck is Tupperware doing? Oh shit. Tupperware's up 15% in pre-market. Well, that was a good call. Peener, what's up, man? Jimmy not doing much. I'm gonna cut that, but I don't necessarily want to add to it. Let me look at out of the money positioning really quick. Yeah, I know. I saw J&J. Doing what you want to see. K-View's moving up a bit. Ooh, nice gains in pre-market too. Still not where I want to see it, but J&J is a nice start. $43.85. This will be interesting. There's a lot of. I wish we'd opened lower, but there's a lot of put interest coming in the money. 44.30, 40, 43.95, and 4400. Call interest kind of peaking around 4400 and 4410. Put interest at 43.80 picking up. Volume on puts pretty much all the way down to 43.50. So I guess we'll find out who wins this test of 4400 here on ES. Bit of a struggle here at the top. It's squirting? What is? J&J? Squirting down. I know what it's doing. I wrote the DD about it like last week. Morning, Girk. Morning, everyone. Hey, Jen. How much of an effect does MQ have on ES? Some. I mean, they have similarly weighted companies. There's 4390. VIX down to 1756. $43.90 is the last put wall to the upside. If we break 43.90 here, that's pretty bullish. In which case, be careful with Johnson & Johnson. It's like the 14th largest company in the S&P. So it is index exposed. Hmm. Would I enter a position there? I guess I wouldn't. Tricky. I wonder what Barkin said that caused the market to drop so fucking hard. I sold J&J this morning. I don't have the best entries, and even this drop was break even on most of my contracts. You gotta love theta decay. Were you buying September contracts? But 10% is 10%. Here's to KView. KView's doing okay right now. We'll see. JPY 146. Yeah, I'm aware. They're pushing so hard for the upside. I would be shocked if they lose here. Do we have a put wall at 4,000 on the longer dated expiration? Because we have 4390 that came in this morning. That's pretty strong. But I don't know if the put wall at 4,000 is still there or not. Good morning, Mike. How you doing? Sitting on my super diversified portfolio of TUP weeklies and VXX 80Cs. You know what isn't one of the largest companies in the S&P 500? Airbnb. Yeah, I know. They've been shitting the bed all morning. Although they may still find support at like 122. I got some time there. Hmm. Ooh, fuck. Those are not worth a lot, given how in the money they are. That's pretty well positioned. Okay. Tupperware. Let's see if I can get a good idea of how much liquidity this has. Okay, not a lot. What a tiny float. Does Jamie have interesting volume this morning? No. No, it doesn't. If you buy a 0 DTE for SPX and let it settle at the end of the day, is that considered a day trade? No. No, it's not. I feel like any reason J&J puts seem way cheaper than their theoretical price. Market maker probably hasn't priced them up very much yet. IV's not like going crazy or anything. I mean, it had a decent pre-market drop, but I would say IV's still pretty low. Thanks to the J&J play right now, I'm about to break even at the moment, and I'm going to be eyeing it closely. Do you believe it can drop any lower? What's the range? Next resistance to the downside's around like 165. It could drop much lower, frankly. But my conservative estimate was like 6% from the upper, like the upper bound of the distribution price. So that would put it at roughly like 164.74, give or take. So like 165. And then K-View's a little trickier. I don't actually know how K-View is going to play out, but I expect the shorts on it to pull back, and I don't think that the shares have settled out yet, right? So there's a little window here on K-View. Where only like 10% of the shares outstanding exist. Because the rest are being transferred. I guess more accurately, like 11%. And so I think that the shorts on it, that we're playing the ARB play between J&J and K-View, which was long and short, right? So I think when these shorts pull back, they're pulling back in an illiquid environment, and that could cause the price of KVU to go up very rapidly. And then anybody who did not benefit from the share transfer and remained long J&J may begin to sell their J&J shares to catch the run up in KVU. So the distribution was not guaranteed to everybody. Most people seem to think that it filled up weeks ago. And so there's going to be people that find out today that they weren't given KVU shares. And those people may sell their J&J physically to purchase KVU. And if that starts to happen, KVU could really run hard, right? Is Tup going to 0 after this dead cat bounce? I don't know. Probably not. I mean, they renegotiated a bunch of their debt. Their margins prior to last quarter were doing pretty good. So, hopefully they bounce back, I guess, if you want to be long the stock, which I have no interest in doing. I don't know if you know this, but they make Tupperware. Yeah, September's. I was a bit confused on why this drop didn't push them up a lot, but I wasn't gonna risk it on J&J. I tend to overhold if history is anything to go by. I mean, I'm assuming that you just had very bad entries and bought near the bottom of the channel instead of the top. Ooh, Jimmy is kind of moving a little bit. Well, they're running out of liquidity very, very rapidly on Tupperware here. They haven't yet turned to the ETFs, but breaking $3 is moderately significant. I don't, I mean, it's got a 32 million share float. I'm not really sure that like a downturn in indexes is really gonna change a lot for them. And then increased vols, probably bad. Um, Good morning. I regret to inform you I'm still in trading jail to avoid a PDT. A professional term mean premature divorce from trading. I saw you sneaking back into the Discord at like midnight last night. It's okay, Wabeef. We'll keep your secret. I feel like I'm gonna take an L on these J&J 160s and 165s, but I got stopped out of the 170s at 35% profit, so I can't be too mad. Okay. What the fuck contracts are you guys buying? Like I have a fat stack of 165s that I've bought all over the place. The 160s aren't doing great, but the 165s are up like 30 to 50%. It looks bullish, but puts are still pricing up really fast on the slightest downturn. So I expect volatility. Volatility is definitely increasing here. If we fall below 375, it'll pick up quite a bit, I think. Ooh. Hello, GameStop. It's been a while. It'd be a real shame if they can't save those 4400s. No, it wouldn't. Fuck them. My J&J is down compared to where it was last week. I got IV crushed. What the fuck? When was there any IV to crush? You plan to buy any more tea under 14? No, because I accidentally left it on drip, so I'm good. I'll just leave it on drip. How bearish is failing to break 43.95 on SPX? It's pretty bearish, but we haven't fallen back through 43.75, so nothing's really changed. Is Amazon gonna push higher? Is there a better entry price for this? It absolutely could. I mentioned yesterday, it wasn't a pickles pick, but I did mention yesterday on stream that you might get a re-entry between like 134.44 and 135. Obviously, pay attention to indexes though, because if they continue to rise, Amazon could bounce higher. About 175, 170s. I got good entries, I got bad entries. They're printing today. Okay. I just feel very confused because I just sold my 170s for like 150%. And I still have the 165s and the 160s, and they're up. Baba recovering a bit. I mean, 3 cents is not really a recovery, but uh, there could be an entry around risk or like between risk and 90 if you haven't bought in yet. QQQ's doing okay. Yeah, QQQ's up like 80, 84 BPS today. So that's probably helping Baba a little bit. Dude, Tesla had a nice bounce. Nvidia's up 5% today. That's totally reasonable. Yes, I don't need to chase GME. I bought like 500 debit spreads last week. Have you heard my bullish Nvidia thesis? Is it have money, why not? Want to take the profit and not take a chance. Thank you. No problem, man. I understand. Is Jimmy doing OPEX-y things or just doing that 3x ETF thing? It's not doing OPEX-y things yet, but it's very close to doing OPEX-y things. If I had to hazard a guess, I would say, yeah, it's doing OPEX-y things. Yeah, I know. I got plenty of time there. That's going to be all over the place for a little bit. I think this is right around the point where shorts realize there's no liquidity. So this should be interesting, at least for till Wednesday. Tap, 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 tap. Man, this stock has no fucking liquidity at all. That's fun. It's like Upstart. Nvidia isn't testing a trend line that was acting as a support in May. It is now resistance to the upside. Yeah, I know. It's not really resistance. It's just another point at which sold calls are going to get squeezed out. But it's not really a thesis. But they buy a controlling stake in Intel, soak in all the government funding, and shore up American production. Intel doesn't have the required fabs for their chips, nor will they for 3 to 5 years. And I highly doubt Intel's gonna sell to the person that they're gonna make chips for. You still have the opinion you had yesterday that there's a chance we see a significant dump today. If we fall below 43.75, yeah. Otherwise, maybe not. We'll see. The Bulls are trying real hard, and they've got the momentum, so we'll see what they can do with it. Watch 43.95 and 4400 to confirm, but they're fighting back. Congratulations, BMG. Green candle on GME. It's been 84 years. It almost feel bad for the Bulls not having IQ to close their 4400s at 43.90. Keyword being almost. That's because they didn't close them because they intend to get them in the money. Yes, broke above 4400 on the last 5-minute candle. Retesting the prior high from the pre-market. 4407.50. Could get rejected here. May not. Definitely still have a little bit of momentum left. Tops at 13 million volume. It's like 1/3 of their free float. GME about to break 19. Is Jimmy just dumping its internalization that it had on Friday? It's pretty low volume for this price action. No. Someone's covering on it. And it's low volume because it's illiquid. Don't worry, there's somewhere to get liquidity. It's just not at these prices. Well, if I could, shorts on Upstart are fighting back pretty hard too. And Fubo. Is Russell running? Russell's not even up today. Huh. Cucumber Tesla? Sure. 227's resistance. Next resistance to the upside's 233.96. So if it fails 227 here, it may start to pull back down. I'd probably want to confirm a breakdown at 221 before I enter to put, but you could try to scalp the whole range, I guess. I wouldn't enter it though unless you confirm that like NQ and ES are breaking down, which they haven't so far. Dow's having kind of a shitty day. Dixie's almost back to positive. Yen's at 146.18. BTC's down. The yields are still up across the board. Silver's moving pretty hard. This is wheat. Why are yields running? Someone needs liquidity. Meanwhile, 10-year and USD JPY are going apeshit in the background. Today is bull put spread day on SPX. Dangerous. Do you have top calls? Yeah. I bought them last week. KView October calls pricing down as price creeps up. Curious? Or shorting vol. What is it called when you sell a CC and sell a CSP at the same strike? It's called buying back your covered call. We're talking about like a short strangle. Short strangle? Or short straddle? Covered short straddle? I get covered short straddle. It's not really a short straddle. Ugh, expensive. Why? Just open like a fucking condor or something. Ugh. I don't know who that is. I'm not answering it. Maybe I should. Hold on. All right. Let's, pumpers need liquidity? Yeah. That's all of their short puts got blown up last week, so I'd imagine they need some extra money. Was Jamie dying? No. It hasn't really done anything yet to die from. Are you talking about in the longer term? Is the early week SPX push up an indication of their desperation or just taking advantage of the opportunity? If they fail today, do you think they close 4400s or retry later? I mean, they've got a month, right? To try to get them back in the money. So, I mean, I do think they're a little desperate just simply from the sense of like exposure. They sold a lot of 4300 and 4350 to try to kind of turn around the momentum. So failing here is not good, right? Because they're gonna lose the levels that they sold to attempt this, right? So yeah, further burying themselves. It's kind of like trying to let me think of a way to describe this. Have you ever seen the cartoon where someone's like digging a hole and they keep throwing the dirt on the like hill behind them? Okay. I'm a GME failing hard from 1880 down to 1860. It could fail harder than that. Check DM. What do you got, Torque? Hold on. This is phenomenal. Ah, that's hysterical. Well done, Big Spoon. Have you ever felt so loved? It's like trying to dig yourself out of a hole by putting all the extra dirt into your boofer. No, that's more like trying to like escape prison or something. Stop loss hunt on GME? Or just, they got some liquidity and they shorted, right? That doesn't mean that what's going on here is over. That just means that the price went down a little bit. Mm, see, that looks bullish as fuck to me. Why? Is this just gonna rocket down after it tests like 4400? That's starting to look more bearish. That looks very bearish. Huh. You know what's fun, Dork? Calls still not profitable. Frag. I've escaped custody, but it gave me TMJ. Well, you know, you've. It's not like it's not something you haven't done before. Apple's not looking too hot. Yeah, I know. I haven't bought into Apple yet. I'm kind of I'm kind of hoping I get the better entry at like 173, maybe even 172. Although it is up 11 BPS today. Let's see. Tupperware slowly running out of steam here. $15 million volume so far today. Ooh, J&J's moving down harder. Puts are starting to pick up some goodness. Okay. KVU's pulling back up. So that's going all right. And ES. See, ES found support a little bit higher here than on the prior drop. 43.93.25 versus 43.95.75. Okay, but no, there's still quite a lot of sell side volume. Still watching 43.90 on ES. That's really the key level for a breakdown. Which is roughly 43.75 here. So this level. VIX is picking back up. J&J doing more dumpies? J&J's doing big dumpies. It's 167.40 right now. Right? 48. Oh, that'd be fun. Hmm. So there's J&J. KVU's kind of starting to recover. Index exposure on this is a little wonkier. It's not part of the S&P. I think puts here ideally would like to cover under $24 though. Or shorts here would like to cover under 24. We'll see if they can. Only thing still going up is fucking Nvidia. So nice of the bulls to bring ES back up and let people sell. Also, yen actually sharding. Yeah, I know. Should I call my broker and tell them the price is wrong on the 160 J&J contract? Just need time. That's why there's theta. Tell me why I shouldn't trade in my spy put for TLT Jan 25 115C. Because your spy put will probably go in the money long before a Jan 25 115C on TLT would. I sold my 165 160s, but you spooked me earlier with the rising indexes, so I sold the 170s at 169. Darn it. Oh well, nice profit, and I was very over leveraged. I mean, I sold some of my 170s. I guess all the ones on here, but I only had two. So, but I mean, I sold probably about 35 to 40% of my 170s. Every bull, please ignore the rapidly increasing yields and cost of capital. AI. A lot of hopes and dreams pinned on Nvidia beating earnings. A little more desperately this time. What's your outlook on the markets now? Still bearish as fuck. KView calls at negative 96%. What? Okay. Good price to average down express or wait for further drop with earnings. I'd wait for the reverse split to finalize. I'm exchanging less than a month of theta for a year and a half of theta, though, Goric. So, theta's not always a good thing, right? Of course, I took profits early on J&J. 35% will do. Thanks. Fair enough. It's only like a. It's only like a. You know, 50, 50, 50 to $100 billion arbitrage play. Why not take profits immediately? City considers plan to disband its biggest division and overhaul. Yeah, interesting. Goldman made some sort of notice this morning about disbanding one of their divisions as well. Are you saying I should have more than one J&J put? You can have as many J&J puts or as few J&J puts as you want, Lawrence. It's not layoffs, it's restructuring. Exactly. Old McJensen had a chip farm, AIAIO, and on that chip farm he had no buyers. AIAIO. With the soft goods here and the soft goods there. Soft goods everywhere. Do you have a PT for top? Not really. If it walks like a duck and talks like a duck, is it really just add a bit in his furry suit? No. No, he dresses as a Pomeranian. That's just trash. Gurk, it kind of looks like bulls are dying. They're not doing a great job. GS should acquire Gringotts Bank. Hmm. Wait, what? Looking more bearish to you now? Kind of looks the same as it did, you know, at, I don't know, 10 o'clock? 9:50? It looks more bearish if we break below 43.75, which we haven't done yet. With the large models, small, some medium, some extra large too. Gorkenstein, are you the Matador today? I don't know. Somebody just slapped the fuck out of the bid. Ooh. I wonder if Tup could hit 5. That'd be cool as shit. Not today, but maybe tomorrow. Dork, it's been so long since they've tried to get GME under control. Quotes. I forgot what it looks like. Is this a good entry point for selling GME puts? I don't know. Don't give a shit what you do. Do you want to own GameStop? I hope you know what that comes with. Tup is a dying company. The world has seen the uses of deli containers. Okay. A lot of shit happening in the background. Banks, I mean, authorized market participants must be having a fun time with this. Well, they just lost 43.75, so I hope all the pumping was worth it. Isn't Tup's earnings this week? I don't think so. Tup is an American institution with goods manufactured in Mexico, like all the other American institutions. Like Chevy or Ford. Bullish on America. Yes, Tup is family. Yield shouldn't be moving like this. Something's brewing. Yeah, we know. We've discussed it more than anybody ever should. Can we crash now? I've bet all my money on a guaranteed market crash. Hmm. Why? What if you're wrong? What if you already violated your warranty and you don't know it? Holy fuck, the 20 years at 4.65? It's quite high. I'm bullish on American products not produced in America. Riku. If I buy calls on Tubbs, do I have to go to a party at my mom's house with all their friends? Yes. Imagine Tupperware commercials with Like a Rock blaring in a desert. I kind of want to make one now. I'm just gonna buy a piece of Tupperware and smash it with various rocks in the desert while playing John Cougar Mellencamp and see if it survives. We'll just use incrementally larger and larger rocks. This sounds like perfect TikTok content. Is retesting Friday's low at open realistic for today? I think it was 43.35. Well, there's going to be quite a lot of resistance at 43.50, but if we break below it, then yes. Ooh, J&J now at 166. It's just falling off a cliff there, huh? Looks like they're going to try to protect that. A little bit of support at 43.75. Okay. Yeah, yes, finding support at 43.85. Back below weighted VWAP pretty quickly and on quite a lot of volume too. That doesn't look particularly bullish. That hasn't even started to break down yet. 15 minutes looking more bearish. Daily isn't really telling me anything right now. Okay, so yeah, this could keep moving lower, I think. Maybe down to like 43.80 on ES. Let's see if we find any support there. We're falling below the put wall. 43.70 has quite a lot of puts too. Then there's like a little transition range between 65 and 50 that gets incrementally stronger as we approach 50, but is moderately weak at 65. So if we're going to get hung up at a price between here and 50, I think it's 43.65. A lot of the puts, or a lot of the calls got stopped out on the drop. Not all of them, though. Put wall at 43.90 is still in place. Hmm. That was an interesting start to today. Wait, the 85s are in the money. Okay, hold on. I gotta. Need to build this out. 43, 85, 65, right? Yeah, 85, 65, 862, 302. What's that other one? 4,420. 6005, 605, 125. All right. Huh. That's interesting. Tenure is going nuts. Yeah. It's up 210 basis points. Yeah, Tupperware's still got quite a lot of covering that needs to be done. Looks like. Yeah, I don't think I don't think it's done running. I'm not sure GME is either. Grab some liquidity from IJH there, but new low, short it harder. Gap still not filled from this morning. $43.25, $43.50, 611.57. Okay. Ooh. J&J back to 160. The next downside resistance is 165.30. Then after that, it's 155.85. This market is such a tease. We're so close. I mean, I think this breaks down, right? Even if we find some stability here and maybe bounce back to like 43.80, I think it still fails. The 15 starting to fail, right? The 15 looks bearish as fuck. Look how tight this butthole is. Dork. Look at this fucking tight butthole. It's like a pinpoint. Pants officially off. Dow just straight down 45 degrees. Yeah, Dow's having a rough day. We have more Fed speakers later this afternoon, but how long is the time frame in the J&J play? I don't know. It depends on how long the ARB play takes to unwind. It's just started to unwind, so I would imagine there's a decent amount of time. We're seeing the effects of the long side expiration last week already on J&J, but we're not seeing a lot of effect on K-View yet. Is not filling the gap here bullish? Huh. They're doing a pretty good job keeping VIX off 18 still. Here's the problem, though. There's puts at 43.80 now, too. Someone's buying in the money puts at 95 and 4,400. Put volumes increasing all the way down to 43.50. Even a little bit below 43.50. Someone expects like a big move today because there's still a lot of action in the like sub 43.50 puts. You know, I don't think a lot of them are sold. Some of them are. Like 4300s are sold. I think the further out of the money ones are, but 43.25 looks like it's being bought. 43.50 definitely looks like it's being bought. I mean, if this falls below, like if we fail 43.75, which we've yet to do, but if we do fail it, let's say cross below 43.70, it's very likely the 43.50 goes in the money. So it makes sense that people are buying it. GME is a dud. We'll see. What do you think of 925 NVIDIA 400p? They're expensive as shit. Did Jimmy peak? No, there was some covering on it this morning. it's still illiquid as fuck. Looks like it's on track to run out of liquidity maybe around like noon today. And then we'll see what happens with the price after that. Top, on the other hand, is almost out of liquidity. That might be completely out of liquidity by like 10:30 or 11:30. Any significance if core 1 month, 3 month is ahead of or below one another? Um, I mean, we'd probably like to see we'd probably like to see the 3 month diverge or move up further than the 1 month. They've started to diverge already. They consolidated a lot near our like the market peaks. They got pretty close to each other, but um, ever since we started dropping, they've been divergent. Core 3 month bounced back today. Core 1 month's moving up too. Oh, dollar's positive and very close to testing that 103.50 level. Yen's at 146.25. Also very close to its upper level. Oil's pretty stable. Not doing a lot. Silver and gold lost a little ground. 20 years about to hit 200 BPS. Looks like the 30 years right behind that. Yeah, the retest of like the weighted VWAP here, or this doesn't look very strong. Remember, this is the level we're watching today. This like 43.90. A rejection here would be pretty bearish. So we'll keep an eye on that. A rejection here is definitely a continuation of the larger downside move. So how much lower could TLT fall if there's one more rate hike by Powell next month? Hmm. I don't know, maybe like 88, 88, 87. It's going to depend on a lot of factors, but besides Powell, but that'd play into it. How much lower could TLT fall? High 80s, yeah. They're still hitting up the 210C P strikes on J&J. It's very possible that it's like a short strangle. Have you thought about that? That's a lot of volume. Someone closing out of a position on which. If we try to build a GME position, would you wait it out or start here? Ew. Wait, just for like OPEX? This doesn't seem terrible. I mean, they're about out of liquidity right now, so I mean they're not going to get it much lower. August 25th Nvidia puts aren't even much less than October monthlies. Ivy is jacked for earnings. Got to be expecting like a 15% move. 23% as of last Friday. Playing Nvidia earnings is given what the market maker is currently pricing in, unbelievably stupid. For long term, but also, yeah, maybe just OPEX and sell some in the money CCs. So after everything that's happened with GME, you'd buy and hold it today? That's impressive. I wouldn't buy and hold GME above $5. Like if my cost basis was $5, I would have sold already. Average down these KView calls for 25 and 30. Okay, if you want to. If it rips, I'll make stacks. Yeah, they're pretty cheap. I might pick up some more. Let's see, right now it's getting just battered. What's the free flow here? Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, I can pick up 5 more. He can have my shares. Nice. Do you see Jimmy going back to $5 in the near to medium term future? No. Well, medium maybe. Define medium. Like 6 to 12 months? Sure. I'm sure it wouldn't last long if it happened, though. The only good part about my GME shares is the cover calls I sell, and that's literally it. Yeah, same. Although right now they still yield more than treasuries, so I have no reason to get rid of them. I'm sick. Can someone make me some soup? No. When GME RQ? That's not going to happen. Not any time in the foreseeable future. My J&J paper puts is green. Do you expect KVU to move in tandem or slight delay? I don't think it's necessarily going to move in tandem. I don't give a shit where Cohen bought. Hey, Gurk, his fucking cost basis is still like $2. What's typically the best differential to hedge with for SPY puts? 30 DT options hedged with 2 to 3% out of the money weekly. 30 DT options hedged with 2 to 3% out of the money weekly. Hmm. Two to 3% out of the money is a bit far, but I would say way too far. Maybe like 0.5 to 1%. You should really use delta, not price, but that's some manufacturing adjacent companies. Not right now, but after coming market correction, looking at long-term ROK position, kind of illiquid, but I think I have some faith in the comp. Thanks. Hmm. Haven't really looked at them. Give me a second. They've done well in recessionary periods in the past. Their biggest position currently is GME. Yeah. Why don't you sell them completely at 25 or 28? People watch what you do. People watch what you do, not what you complain. Wait. People watch what you do, not what you complain. I don't know what the fuck that means, Steven. But I have no reason to sell them, right? If I can continue to make, 15, even 15% a month yields, why would I sell? Like there's no risk there for me. Jamie's not going to zero. I don't have a lot of good reasons to continue holding it, but I don't have any good ones to sell it either. Intrinsic value for Jamie was around 17? No. That's analysts' estimated values and over quite a long time period, and only a couple analysts. Most analysts have it priced at like $3 to $4. How much commission do you have to pay when you sell covered calls? I think it's like a 25 cents or something like that. My adjusted cost basis is below zero, but my actual cost basis is like 1680 or something like that. Realistic price for Jamie is 12 to 15. I'll give you a reason to sell. Ryan Cohen, destroyer of stocks. I mean, there's a there's no small amount of spite there, right? I mean, he took our money. He took a lot of money. Not only did he snatch $1 billion, he snatched the potential of what would have been the run in June of 2021, right? You're not making 15% a month on GME cover calls. You know you can sell cover calls in the money, right? And GME has like 50-cent and quarter strikes. It's quite easy to get yields in excess of 5% a week. Especially if you have a way of tracking when it's being shorted or not, right? It's an average of 15% a month, but it's sometimes significantly in excess of that, especially if we run. The last time we ran above gamma max, I sold CCs at gamma neutral. It feels like SJX is just gonna chop here until something breaks up or down. Yeah, it is. This is like the key resistance for the day. It's very important for bulls to hold it, and put interest would like to see it below. Scratch that. Realistic price for GME is 24. That's just because you sold CSPs there. Keep your bias out of it, bipolar bear. And that did nothing with the $1 billion to better the company. Yeah. Is Jimmy dead, or do you still believe in its long-term prospects? What prospects? The idea that Ryan Cohen, by divine right, is going to somehow turn it into a better company without doing anything? No. Thanks, Maeve. What are your thoughts on IEP at this price? I really don't want to own it. I, I I'm not very interested in the companies they own. I would have no reason to buy the holding company. GME Wallet is the wick that will ignite this rocket. I think too many people spent far too long trying to solve RC's 4D chess. And the man's been playing checkers the entire time. Or tiddlywinks. Nope, I haven't entered Apple yet. I have no desire to, with the indexes on the precipice of failing. I don't give a shit what you do with your GME. I just have no reason to sell. If a reason to sell appears, I'll sell it. I'm not married to it though. Checkers. He's been riding down the slide while we think he's playing 8D chess with shorts. RC playing Hungry Hungry Hippo with retail investor dollars. So not financial advice, of course, but some poor hypothetical soul had shares averaging $40 and was not playing options. Would you recommend them getting out and cutting losses? I mean, you can hold for 5 years and see what he does. That's a big loss. I'd at least wait till the price was a little higher. Ryan Cohen, same as Danny DeVito, and one flew over the cuckoo's nest. Why can't ES regain 4390? Is this crime slash S? Because there's a lot of bears. I said markets don't crash till after OPEX. VIX off screen. Oh yeah, I fixed that. J&J bounces like this matter much or nah? Let's see. No, a little oversold doesn't. I don't think is a problem. Like if it regained like 170, I might be concerned, but right now I'm not. If also if indexes continue to slide, it'll lose that foothold pretty quickly. How close have you come to selling because of RC on Twitter? When he started with the COVID denialism shit, I almost sold. Like I loaded up a sell order. I was gonna get the fuck out, and then I was like, I still make money on this, and then I didn't, and I should have because the price was quite high at the time, relatively. Thanks, holding for 5 more years. Did J&J have a 3.6 million tick at 10:22 a.m.? Looks like it. QQQ is not holding up as well as SPX. I think we dump. I mean, I think there's still some support via Tesla and Nvidia, right? So we might dump anyway, but they're definitely propping shit up. No, I haven't entered Apple yet. I answered that the first time you asked. Indexes look like they're gonna slide. There's no reason to enter a long position right now. Hopefully I get a better entry, yeah. I'd like to enter CCs on Fubo. Better to wait until after OPEC settlement. Um, or during it, depending on how high OPEC settlement can carry it. It rallied a little bit this morning and then failed. R2K is not looking too spicy. I would say it's probably not going to have an OPEX. It's pretty liquid already. Most of like the short positioning and stuff was blown out on the recent run. So there's not a lot to cover there, right? Even if there was some covering, I highly doubt it would breach like 250 again, at least in the short term. The canceling of the shareholder meeting with no warning and mocking the ousted CEO is what did it for me. Lulz, not for long. Yeah, that wasn't a good look. I mean, nothing he's done in the last 6 months has been a good look. Any other company and I would have sold already. Any other cost basis and I would have sold already, but can J&J take another leg down, or is this bounce strong? But it can keep legging down. Bounce, I mean, the bounce is okay. But if indexes slide, I mean, J&J is really heavily weighted in S&P, so, and S&P just breached 43.75 again, so. And looks like it's on its way to break down below 43.70. That's going to put a big drag on J&J. Full port NVIDIA 400s? I'm not fucking touching it right now. Maybe I'll look at something tomorrow, but everything's so overpriced. You need like a 13% move to make any money on it. It's a huge amount of risk. If we fail at 43.75, next resistance is 43.50. But how strong is 43.50? I mean, they have a lot of sold puts at 43.50, so I expect they'll try to defend it a bit, because if they don't, VIX is going to move up to like 19. If Larry Cheng ever leaves the board, I'm out. Oh, okay. That's your barometer? I've never seen somebody write so much obsequious bullshit on Twitter in my life. If Larry Cheng left the board, I'd buy more. Implied move on bots is 3.5% for September's to play NVIDIA earnings. I know. Look at you doing smart things, Lily. What word did you just say? Obsequious. No sell, no sell. Who said Lily? Wrong Lily. So if 43.70 gives, would you still expect a 43.50 test? Yes. I think I made that clear earlier. SPX breaking diagonal support from Friday. No. Well, okay, sure. Not the long-term one, though. The long-term diagonal support's at like 430, 43.40, 43.45. CCs don't amount to much. They will over time. Also, if you can time them, you can take out big chunks of your cost basis on any run-ups that we have due to illiquidity. We still get them. They're just not as good as they used to be. But, I mean, this year alone, we've had multiple that you could have sold covered calls on and captured several dollars worth of your cost basis back. In Jan and March, and then again in June, right? So I feel like there's been quite a lot of opportunities to sell covered calls and narrow your cost basis a bit at least. Even if you didn't take a lot of risk. Come on, give it up. There we go. Jesus Christ. 1 second. Boohoo. Are bond buyers hedging the convexity of their term structure of volatility products and fucking up your balance sheets? Just a little bit. Dad, we're red. I know. That's not how you spell obsequious. Never mind. Just forget you ever heard the word. Lily's ultra smart, been doing big smarts for a long time, but also been full-time job trying to keep some of us, me, in line. Might be the least smart thing I've seen them do. Yeah. Yeah, I agree. You are a waste of time, AJ. Thanks for the pick on J&J, but thanks even more for the negotiation of your mom's car purchase on stream. Really came in handy, came in big with my recent purchase. Oh, nice, man. Well done. Guess I'm selling my CCs too high. I don't want to accidentally get assigned too far below my cost basis. How do you judge a good CC strike? I mean, you can use technical analysis. GME trades in a fairly cyclical fashion, so it's generally not too hard to. I mean, if the price is high and you sell them in the money with enough theta, they're gonna go out of the money, right? I don't think there's a 45-day period in GME's history where, above $25 where you can have sold in the money covered calls and they would have closed still in the money. But aside from that, what's the fear of this is something that, I mean, if you really want to reduce your cost basis, you kind of have to get rid of, is the fear of assignment. If you get assigned, just sell CSPs at the same fucking strike and keep going, right? What's it like having a load of internet users calling you some form of daddy? It's strange, but I've gotten used to it. Can you make J&J crash and burn? It's going down. I don't know what the fuck more you want. It's down like 3% today already. How do those traditional traders sell their spreads, ratio spreads on SPX and futures with like 60 delta either side and how volatile the market is? I feel like you'd get blown out constantly. They just pick them up and reposition them, right? They also hedge them. How's sub 4365 looking today? We'll see. I would say right now it looks like we're still drifting down. This recovery's moderate. Probably get some more downside in the next like 20 minutes or so. Yeah. $43.65's kind of the low point, but if I guess and volume at 43.65 is picking up, but it's like negative 2 million gamma compared to like 43.60, which is 4. So crossing 65 isn't all that relevant. It's also a range I guess we could get hung up in just because there is call interest at that strike. I don't think it's very relevant, but it'll act as a small resistance. If we cross over 43.60, it'll start to accelerate down again. Yep, don't worry about assignment because you're gonna miss MOASS. You already missed MOASS. Just accept assignment and sell CSPs. Yeah, never stop yielding. I'm only facetiously ubiquitous when the juxtaposition implies a magnanimous ignominy. Nice. Negative 3%, less than 100%. Yes, it is. Temporary SLD selling could be done and up for the next 2 days. SLD was over this morning before market open. There's no SLD selling that carries over. But I agree that whatever downside we get today will probably reverse into the midweek. There is quite a lot more downside for us to achieve today, though. You've become the dad you never had. That's weird. Fubo down to $1.35. That seems excessive. Maybe like $1.80. I guess 155, 150 is possible. Although, we're still quite a ways from that. If we get a big drop in the market, sure, but not without one. Like if R2K drops 10% or something, yeah, Fubo will get hammered. I want what we all really want with J&J puts, the real and heavy squarts. Yeah, but the projected price target was 6% from the high, which it's like $2 away from right now. So greedy, you know. It looks like it's hard to fight short vol. It looks like short vol is losing. So if when we test 4350, you expect a bounce tomorrow, Wednesday? Yeah, I expect them to try to drive prices higher into neutral positioning surrounding the Jackson Hole Symposium. Isn't their volume all the way down through 4350? Yep, even lower. We could move as low as 4325. I don't know if we'll go below that. That might be kind of the cutoff. Although interest could pick up like we saw last week on the 0 DTE side, and if we get that, then yeah, it could keep pushing down. But right now, I would say 43.25's. I wouldn't expect to go below that today. Like, I'd love for the J&J chart to look like the AMC chart today, down 20%. Well, it is a piece of shit, right? So, I mean, I don't know what people expect. Any low price target range for Fubo? I just said them. 180, 150. Me only small listen is now big word day. If you could, what's your take on Target? I think we got a bout of increased consumer discretionary spending, but I don't think that'll last. So I'd probably short it on whatever high it finds over the next, well, into the middle of the quarter, I guess. I mean, I wouldn't sell CCs in the money when GME's trading at fucking $18. Yeah, the more risk you assume and you receive a larger premium, check DMs. Ooh, fun. Hmm. Vix is gonna backward it, Dork. Are you ready? I feel like the bull's not getting a foothold at 43.90 is bearish as fuck already. 60%, 60 BPS in the peak today. It is, yeah. The failure of 43.90 was really bearish. I need to try and learn more about adjusting these individual sides. I'm getting caught up on understanding how, when, and where to adjust, keeping in mind trying to be delta neutral yet stay profitable. And it's going to be very hard to stay profitable if you're constantly at delta neutral, right? You need some flexibility there. Hedging to delta neutral is rarely like a great idea unless you're managing like a massive portfolio, right? Is Palantir still worth getting into if it drops like to like $10 or $12? I'd probably be willing to buy more of it at like 6, maybe 650. Yeah, but that was when Fubo dropped below. That was when Fubo dropped below $1 that I entered those synthetic longs. I mean, you just have to be patient, which I would say that's not the case right now. I mean, I waited a pretty long time for puts to skew favorably so I could get, you know, leverage on sold puts. And then, you were selling like at the time that I entered those, you could sell a $1 put for like 30 DTE and buy a $1 leap. So they were very heavily skewed. Right now they're not that skewed yet. Put interest hasn't really accumulated to the point where their puts are overpriced in any significant way. But when that happens, that's when it's most advantageous to enter synthetic longs. Give me 1 second. I think something just got delivered. What's generally a good entry for Dole. There's never been another one since it was a pickles pick. If it fell back below like $10, I'd probably buy more though. Thoughts on Express reverse split? It's meaningless. I'm still bullish on it because they're priced for bankruptcy and they're not going bankrupt. At least not for a while. Any thoughts on Advanced Auto Parts for earnings on August 23rd? I don't play earnings. Double bottom on SPX. No, not really. Did we find support at 65? Yes, but there's like no bounce. Double tops and double bottoms generally aren't like a short term, like a short time frame signal. This is all like well within the current downtrend, right? Do you think Express will go lower after the reverse split? Probably. So to get over the fear of assignment and be more aggressive selling CCs, I can just sell CSP at the same strike I got assigned on for CCs. So I sell to open a put, and that's a CSP. Yes. Well, as long as it's cash secured and you make sure you're not selling it naked, but yes. You have to, if you do get assigned, you have to sell it for 30 days out to avoid a wash sale. Thoughts on Kenview pricing? I took profits on J&J, and now I'm looking where to exit Kenview. Okay, just so you know, this trade isn't, it's not over today. It's just beginning today. Um, do with it what you want. I don't care where you take profits, but it's going to take some time to unwind a multi-billion-dollar arbitrage trade. 4350 end of day. Make it happy with porous resistance lines, please. Noted. Do you also have a zero volume candle on QQQ at 1135? I have no idea. I'm not looking. What VIX level would be expected if we could potentially get a similar 2022 August to September sell-off this year? Like when it breaks 19? You probably want to see a break of higher than 19. 20, 20 or higher, I would say. Look up something called stock wheeling. Also, note the risk that you may not be assigned again for a while or at all. You can sell CSPs in the money. And then if you don't get assigned on them, awesome, right? Hmm. Top liquidity is bottomed out here. GME. Almost. Pretty close. Said GME about noon, right? So yeah, GME's getting pretty close to running out of liquidity here at the bottom. GME had a big fat fucking candle there too. What was that? $290,000 volume. Interesting. Fear of assignment on GME CCs goes back to the days when we were afraid of missing MOASS. That's not real. MOASS is an imaginary event made up to ensure that people continue to hold bags long after they should have. The fear is real, though. Why? No, MOASS was Jan 2021. Yeah. If I get a sign from CCs at the same strike, I sell a CSP. I should have the cash to make the put cash secured, I thought. Yes, you would. 30 days out. Yep. Just what you want to make sure is that you don't accidentally sell them naked. Although, if you're asking me these questions, I highly doubt you have the ability to do that. If MOASS doesn't exist, explain NVIDIA. That's not GME. Also, not a lot of that was a short squeeze. Some of it was, but very little. Why is your GME big candle green on WeBull and mine is red? Different data packages, probably. If you're also on WeBull. Why are people just now escaping from Super Stonk? Well, it's hard to get out of a cult. How many shares of top are you in on? I have some moderately large number of calls. I don't have any shares. How dare you assume his margin levels? So AMC is not going to $1 million a share. It never was. Are we failing 43.65? What do you think? We'll pick up if we do fall below 43.65, we'll pick up some velocity. VIX should also increase below that point. You'll be looking to close your 43.25, 42.90 spread by end of day today? Ideally, yeah. I traded the SS Colt for the Pickle Colt. It was a trade up, in my opinion. Aw, shucks. That's marginist. I made 800% on AMC 3 times. Cool. No one said Tootsie Roll, Dork. Relax. Are you still long GME shares? Yeah. Not hard to get out of a cult when you jump right back into another. Hashtag naughty pickle cult.
Tootsie Roll is not a cult. It's the worst cult. Wait, is Tuppa play again? Could be. How will they stop retail zero DTEs? It's a good question. Not with liquidity. Cultists, am I right? I know, man. How does the TLT monthly chart make you feel? A little horny, but not that horny yet. I'm still net short TLT, but I've been adding leaps and bull credits or bull debit spreads. I'm probably gonna go synthetic long on it over the next like 45 days. Yes, you are. Thanks, wrongly rightish. Tootsie Roll is a lifestyle. Ooh, dropping below the trend line on SPX, but then we recovered. The battle for VIX 18 is on. You're the man. It's thanks, man. I take everything as learning for long-term success. Thank you so much for the time you put in to teach those who want to become better investors. It's fun. Gives me something to do every day. Is it true that historically speaking, every market crash has started with do puts cost same like shares? Hmm. I think you could make a case for that, yeah. VIX 18 is unacceptable for them. VIX 18 is very risky. Because that means if they lose 43.50, we're going to like VIX 19 or 20, right? Anything you're looking forward to this GME earnings to reevaluate your take on its future? Harsh just said Cohen didn't do anything for the company when its operating costs have been improved, no? Yeah, but anybody could have cut costs. That wasn't hard. GME like all of GME's money is spent on store leases, which were gonna expire with or without Cohen there, right? Most of the cutbacks he made to capital expenditures were programs that he fucking implemented in the first place. I mean, you're talking about a guy that was moving forward with e-commerce and growth, attempted growth, uh, in the e-commerce sector, and then pulled that back to create an NFT marketplace during the second crypto winter. So I don't think my statements are unfair towards him. I think he's done nothing. I think he's inexperienced at being a CEO and inexperienced at turning a business around. I think he had plenty of leeway and tons of money to affect something meaningful with GameStop in the last 2 years, and he's failed to do so. So I don't care if they can maintain flat profitability and not lose money. I want them to grow. I want them to make money. That's why I bought their fucking stock, right? That's what I buckled up for. I did not buckle up to get fleeced by some hypocritical billionaire. While he provided almost infinite liquidity to short sellers. So, I mean, about the only reason I still hold GME is I want him to do something with the money he took from us. Instead of sit on it and buy treasuries. I could have done that myself, and I would have gotten a better yield. We thought Buckle Up was about the company's value, but instead it was just a driving safety PSA. The poorest lines are doing good. One more drop would be cool. Thanks for helping with your magic. I left the bottom lines solid so they'd be more meaningful. You just wait until NFTs go to the moon when we're playing our Apple VR visors running on NVIDIA chips. Blow me, Bob. Well, damn it. I didn't expect you to call my bluff so quickly. Is giving us Dan our money back behind the Wendy's dumpster in Miami? Well, kind of like selling cover calls. Just more intrusive. I don't care what you do with your GME, man. I mean, what do you want from me? You want me to tell you how to manage your finances? I can't. I don't know them. I use a dental dam. That's not fun for anybody. Good morning, Ending. Sup, Gurk? Barry here. What's up, Barry? I saw you became a billionaire. Here's your song. How bearish is it if SPX fails to regain 4365 here? Pretty bearish. Can I please get my billionaire song? Oh, ha! Beat you to it. Oh, the Dans are getting covered, that's for sure. Do you ever think about how much money you've made your viewers? You've probably helped more people than UNICEF. You know, I'd feel good about that if they didn't all lose it the week right after they make it. You know? Gurk, can you write up my monthly budget for me? It's just cat food, right? Are there additional expenses? Gurk, what do you want me to manage your finances? 90% of the pickle jar. Yes, finally. They just don't make them like you anymore, Gurk. I appreciate it. Also, petition for the creator of the Dillionaire song to remove RC from it. If he's watching, feel free. Are KView shorts especially incentivized to cover while J&J is falling? I'm just thinking, is J&J and KView dilutionary position exit likely to be simultaneous, or one will be delayed versus the other? So they're sort of simultaneous, but they're gonna, like, shorts are gonna try to wait for that influx of liquidity before they cover their short positions on KView, right? I didn't come here to be attacked. I'm not attacking you. Guilty? Hey, I resemble that remark. Don't tell me what to do with my money. We lose it and then we go to UNICEF. What do you mean? I can't just look at a PT on Pickles Picks and YOLO into it without reading? I mean, ideally, no. There's shockingly a lot of nuance when trading stocks. Haha, so you do know my financial position. What level of membership is financial management? It's not for sale. Whatever happened to Moonwind? He probably got assigned, right? That was the he was fated, if you will. Remember when you had to keep reminding people how risky some plays are, and they are not always sure things? Like Revlon? Yeah. Shorts on Nvidia was another one. Will a potential TLT trade be a future pickles pick? Maybe. The market has been heading in a downward direction for an extended period of time. Yes, that's correct, Dork. Some of us spend it on expensive meats. Nice. Thoughts on bots strangle, as Lily pointed out for Nvidia earnings. I think there's possibly better targets than bots, but bots is one. It is overweight Nvidia, so that's an option. Nvidia also has levered ETFs just that are just for Nvidia. Could we see 4,300 today? It's very unlikely. I would say the lowest we're likely to see is 43.25, and if we do, we probably won't stay there long. I'm sitting on QQQ puts at 35% gains. Are we expecting more downs, or should I take my profits? It's up to you. I don't know how much theta you have, or your cost basis, or how in the money you are, but it's probably not a like if we after today, if we start to get a bounce, it may not be a bad time to reposition. Today, I think there's still potential for quite a bit more downside. Tech's holding up though, so I guess Google, Apple, and Amazon are starting to slip a little bit. Um, but Microsoft, Meta, Nvidia, and Tesla are all still holding up pretty well. Anybody else making like 10% of port most days with debit spreads? Just me? I may be over leveraged. You think? When someone asks you if we could see insert way out of the money put call, that means they bought a 0 DT and they want you to tell them it's going to print. Yeah, I know. Can the next song be an RC diss track? That'd be cool. I took profits on my 1 DTE spy puts on the test of 4350. Time to get some actual tendies. Nice. Probably should just run to 4380 for no reason right now. I don't think so. I mean, puts are still accumulating to the downside. Call buying's subsided a bit. 4365 still has a little bit of volume, as does 4360. But put volume to the downside has been increasing pretty much nonstop. 4360, 55, and 50, 45, 40, and 35 have all moved up significantly over the last like half hour. I have a feeling, given VIX, that we're also seeing longer term put positioning come in, as like the second leg of repositioning from last week rolls in. Uh, Give me a second on that, and I'll get you an update there. Futures finding a little bit of support at 43.70, 350, which is our prior prior resistance. Even if this bounces here, it doesn't look like it's got very much momentum, and I would expect it could just drag down further. Still some room to slip this there, and the daily's getting more bearish as well. So yeah, I mean, I don't think 43.75 has any long interest. One sec. I have 3 days of theta, not 0 DTE. Well, you could probably, I mean, set a stop at whatever the relative level is to SPX, and then see if SPX continues to drop. Is TUP what's up? Yep. It's up quite a bit today. It's still up like 19%. Might move up higher into the latter half of the day, especially now that liquidity's all used up. There's like no liquidity to short anymore, so they're gonna need to cover to get more liquidity. Which one of you a-holes keeps buying thousands of J&J shares? So fucking impatient. If we touch 43.25, does tomorrow spring back to 43.69? I mean, I think their goal would be to get I gotta run downstairs. I think their goal would be to get the 4,400 and 44.25 back in the money before the end of the week. How much theta are you doing for that for the SPX call hedge? Most of them are 0 DT right now. I have a couple of 4,400, 44.25 that I picked up like an hour ago for Friday. Just in case it bounces overnight or something. Give me 1 second, I'll be right back.
All right, 43.75 retest. So that looks like it's gonna fail. Not particularly good momentum there. That still looks super bearish. Okay, that's good, I guess. Where's the upper trend here? This is such a bad color. Hold on. Is that better? Ah, yeah, it's much better. Ugh. Yeah, VIX is walking up pretty steadily all day today. This looks favorable for the puts. Where the fuck can I? Oh, god damn it! J&J $1 away from 170. Okay. Gork, my job just laid off 20 full-time employees and eliminated 30 temp positions and is making 15 others go to a different shift to fill in for the layoffs. Fuck. Is that a large portion of your staff? Do you work for a small business? A large employer? A major corporation? How's GME liquidity looking? Dry as fuck. That's just fun. Everything is fine. You enter Baba yet? No, it's been pretty stable all morning, so no reason to this early. But ideally, enter nearer risk. The only thing I'm kind of concerned with on Baba is OPEX. And I still don't know how I feel about that. So maybe I'll wait for Baba tomorrow. I'm waiting on Apple too, so which is slowly becoming a slightly better entry, but very, very slowly. I work for a medium-sized company and they just laid off about 15% of its workforce in our division. Huh. Interesting. 35. Ooh. Little handle on the vol short there. There's a gap. See how volume is on ES here. Mediocre. Yes, retesting 4380. Volume's not picking up significantly on the bounce. 1 minute's got a little bit of a breakout. Chew. Huh. Oh. Thank you. Allergy medication. Oh. Ow. Oh, that's a decent push for 4370. Should I hedge this? Oh, I don't know if I give a shit. Futures volume's still really low. So stop loss hunt on the upside. Try to break down some of the put positioning. I heard taking your shirt off helps with allergies. That sounds like fun. 4370 and 75 are still really strong put walls. Although they did get a little bit of capitulation off the 4380 puts there. 4390 remains pretty strong. Call volume to the upside's not increasing dramatically either. So while this hasn't failed yet, it looks like it's going to. Maybe here? Still a lower high. I don't know what I do with that information. I'm not sure getting that back in the money makes a difference. Is it V time? Well, it's attempted V time. I'm not sure the V is gonna be successful.
There's still a lot of puts at 70 and 75. If nothing else, like a strong push to keep VIX under 18, right? Although that might be all this ends up being. Are bears just buying more puts on this bounce? Not yet, but if it rejects, we'll probably see them come in. There's some put volume, just not a ton of it. There's some in the money puts being bought at 43.95. A little bit at 90 and 85 too. Volume's picking up at 70. Tup's starting to break up. Yes, volume staying roughly equivalent. Interesting. 43, 72, 50. Retest 43.90? I don't even know if we're going to make it that high. Still push a little while longer there. That could be significant. So we didn't fail at the first breakdown. We're gonna fail the second. 43.75. Okay, so I don't know. We still have one more resistance on futures. So I'm kind of waiting to see if we break this. We're starting to a little bit. Volume's still really low though. Although the low volume pushes to the upside seem to be a lot better for reducing volatility. Are bears giving up ground? No, it doesn't look like too many bears are giving up. I mean, they're still holding their puts at 70 and 75. They're just getting pressured. They caught a little put capitulation off the test of 4360, and they're trying to run with it a bit. I'm just not sure if they're going to succeed or not. Lots of call buying at 85 and 80. 85, 80, 90. Well, it kind of falls off at 43.95. Picks back up again at 4,400. Any idea why the short interest for Jimmy doesn't climb much, yet AMC sometimes climbs 1,000%? Where the fuck did you see 1,000% short interest on AMC? You mean the borrow rate? The borrow rate on AMC shot up because of the arbitrage play with the ape dilution. This move in bonds and equities holding up like this is actually insane. I know people saying Nvidia has implied move of like 20%, but this feels like it's going to move 50% plus. I mean, I don't think AMC is the only thing propping up the market today, but it's helping. Joke's on them. I don't use stop losses. Yeah, no problem, dude. Help me, J&J. You're my only hope. J&J kind of looks like it's just turning up with the index. Hmm. So much fucking vol shorting. Where am I long? 4,000. Hmm. Oh. I want my fucking lines to be yellow. Ah. Cut it out. Well, we haven't lost 75 yet. No problem, GFount. Gork, what did you do? Why green? This is not a crash. The market wasn't crashing today. We just have a lot of put interest at like 43.50 and 25. Ooh. GME broke VWAP. Most of this is just tech bouncing. Yeah. Tech's bouncing far harder. Microsoft Meta's back up like almost 100 BPS. Tesla's back up. Nvidia's up. Apple moved back up like like 20 BPS. So just another big tech pump. Everything. Straight to him. KV recovering nicely. Damn. Hard fucking push. Might not matter. Hold on. Short puts at 43.75? Not for today. Yeah, this was a very, very hard and concentrated push. Although it might just fail. And I feel like they kind of maxed it out. Let's see how much VIX climbs up here. I'm wondering if they're trying to pull back short puts at 43.75. That rejection's gonna lead to more put buying though. Nvidia 600 weeklies. Never average down a losing trade. That's what I've learned. It's usually not a good idea. Vol shorted so hard, my calls barely moved. Yeah, yeah. Do not taunt Nvidia. Why? I don't care if it goes to 600. But you can't average down unless the trade is losing. It's true. Mm. Someone's still buying 43.95 puts. In the money? Volume dried up a lot here. So I think they ran out of liquidity to keep pushing. Let's see if they short VIX really hard again. Looking less bullish on the failure here though. Big futures sell interest at 43.70. Sitting on SPY strangles for Friday. Currently break even because I sold a wider strangle expiring today to cover weekend theta. Would you be looking to close the loser on next move? Probably, I mean, if you can confirm a range. I don't know how wide your strangle is. This is a very disappointing guaranteed market crash. When do the bulls realize they're fucked? Even I know when I'm down 70% on options, I'm fucked. Yeah, but you don't have the power to pump the market up to put your options back in the money. Yeah, options on Nvidia are super overpriced. When Michael Burry guest on the hot tub stream? Huh. What the fuck is going on? Where were we? Okay, top. Spread your wings. SEC knocked on his door just when he mentioned Michael Burry. Bulls pushing harder than I expected. They're pushing very hard. That doesn't mean they're gonna win. We've seen them fail at this multiple times in the last week, so good place to pick up more J&J puts. I don't know how they're priced right now, but I'd imagine not terrible. 70. Let's see. It came pretty close to my price target. Let's see. So we got a 5% drop. You could. They're a lot riskier. May want to wait till it confirms a break back below 169.31 or 169.13 rather. Hmm. Doesn't really help me much. Top 250. J&J still at 40%. Well, it looks like J&J hit some resistance there. So you could You could potentially try it. I guess risk would be at like one. The problem is risk's at like 170, right? So I factor that in, I guess. At what point did the Bulls just win? Um, above 43.80. There's a put wall at 92 though, which is kind of the problem. JFresh was right about the meme 7. What did he say about them? Why so mad at our beloved Jimmy? It feels like a son beating his elderly mother with a stick. I'm sad now. Get over it. How far to the right do you expect SPX to trade today before the end of the day? Significantly further to the right. We're gonna have several right-leaning candles before the day's over. I mean, my whole position on J&J is already paid for, so everything else is just I'm just like runners, right? Is this futures activity? Seems like there's no real SPX or SPY options activity to support this move up. It's largely futures. There's some call buying going on, but it's mostly futures and put selling, which is a extremely effective way of reducing volatility, right? Slightly higher high here, which I don't like. Although still 43.90 test. There's no sellers at 43.90 though, which is bullish. Out of the money call buying. Still a lot of buying at 4,400. The gamma flip, like fast gammas moved down to 44.47. So it's about a $30 drop today. I think that's largely due to the call interest between 43.95 and 44.40. Hmm. All right, I think if this rejection doesn't fail, and we find support again above 43.85 on futures, we're probably going to bounce into the end of the day. If it does fail, and we lose 43.85, the chance of the downside opens back up again. So watch 70 and 75 on SPX. It's almost like large institutions are wrecking the dollar to save their ports. I mean, they definitely don't want the dollar to go up here, right? Yeah, Dixie's still fighting pretty hard for 43.50. We broke above it a little bit earlier. Oh, well, I guess not above it, but tested it earlier. Yen stabilized a little bit. A pound and euro are up though too. I hate trading in these like critical ranges all day. It's so fucking boring. Is the futures activity on SCX usually immediate? Generally speaking, yeah. If there was lag, you probably couldn't take advantage of it in any meaningful way. You and hundreds of high frequency traders all vying for the same thing, they're gonna beat you. When pickle jar leaders wrong about their hard down on Monday predictions, I mean, we went down pretty hard already. We had like a what 70 BPS drop so far, and the day's not over. 75 and 70 are the numbers for SPX. 90 and 85 are ES. That's because we keep getting hung up on big piles of contested gamma, and then nothing happens. 4,400, 5 minutes till expiration is going to be the move today. If they can keep it above 43.75, abso-fucking-lutely. The problem is, yeah, the problem with condors here is that you can get blown up on them really easily, right? I'm complaining about Girk not reading the future exactly. One is probably over leveraged and getting burned. One did not listen to that delta neutral is king. Over and over and over, it's repeated. When someone sets stop limit orders, do other market participants see these? MMs do. And yes, they do. Yeah, MMs have like L3 order books, so they can see all of the stops and buy and sell orders. Can confirm condors will wreck you if you're not careful. That's because if we move out of this range, the moves are really big and they'll probably happen really fast. How do I get my ISDA and level 3 order book? You don't need an ISDA to gain access to level 3 data. You do need to register to become a market maker. Bounce 43.75. Confirm ups into end of day. If we get a bounce on 43.75, which we haven't done yet, I mean, like price action stable in this range just encourages more put accumulation. Although we've had a big drop in interest at 43.25 and 50. It's not huge. I mean, there's still plenty of interest there. So 43.90 put wall has grown a bit, but there's a lot of call buying at that strike too. Gamma's still negative. I guess I'll hedge the upside move here in case it happens. Let's see. ES found support. It's pushing up a little. Yeah, this is probably the point at which I should hedge it. Think about entering Baba end of day if it stays flat. No. I'll probably wait on Baba and see what indexes do here. I don't need to hedge out the money yet, right? No. Second, I need to check something. Did you cut September puts? How many do I have left? I don't know if I have a lot of September puts left right now. I don't think I have any. I have October and Jan. I have some September bear put spreads. I'm probably gonna keep those open though. Those are like end of September. I got plenty of time on those. No day trade till Wednesday. I hate this fucking account. Alright, if I can close that profitably. Okay, that's fine. So $400 to hedge. If we lose 70, I'll add another leg to that. Jimmy's not really doing anything. Tup's not really doing anything. Okay. Alright. I guess let's see if the failure gains any traction here. We're kind of megaphoning a little bit. It's easier to see on futures, but let's do that. I got slapped down pretty hard. Yeah, we finally found some futures sellers. Although, if the volume doesn't continue, we're just going to be right back in the same spot we were half an hour ago. So we need to see if the future sellers are going to be persistent, or if it's just going to be a drop to trend and then a move back up, right? A megaphone is generally when you get like a expansion of variance at the top or bottom of a trend. Like that. They're they're generally bearish because volatility is usually inverse price action, but not always. Sometimes they're super fucking bullish. They have a better chance of being bullish at the top of a trend than they do at the bottom, but hmm. It's like out of the money put volumes decreasing. Call interest isn't really picking up a ton. I think 0 DTE gamma flips positive. That's still like 44.40, right? Should I lay in a deeper hedge? I think I'm hedged enough to the upside. I still have straddle legs, right? Yeah. Not many, but 4,400 in play. It could be. I'm not sure how much ground they can gain over the 4390 put wall, but there's some put capitulation on the 0 DTE side. Most of it seems to be below like 4350, but a little bit above it too. There's also the effect of the put gamma being driven out of the money, right? It's going to reduce the hedge. So if they can get it sufficiently out of the money, which they still need to push up more, but if they can get it sufficiently out of the money and the market maker starts deleveraging, then yeah, that'll add a little oomph to this. I'd say right now the upside target is like 4,400, but it could be like 4,410 or 15. They need momentum to break 4390. So we need a big volume move up from here if we're going to move up from here. Which it looks like they're trying to push. Pushing and pushing and pushing. No failure in sight yet. So break down. That's up. That's breaking down. Um, Seagork, the problem is UST JPY is at 146. I know. But it's declined from its peak today, right? Dixie's moving back up again. Yeah, peaked at 146.40. Let's just close at 44.25 and get this bullishness out of the way. $5,200 in play? No, I don't think so. Why are you even asking? It's not like you're going to buy a 5,200 call. AI generated pictures of bears look like what they'd look like if you were tripping on mushrooms. Did you see my AI generated picture of a bear on a surfboard last night? That looked like a bear. I feel bad for the AMC holders. They were so confident. In what? A new low on the day in play. Only if this trend breaks. Do I want to add my J&J position here? Right. Jesus fucking Christ. Look at futures. QQQ looks like it's starting to fail bigly. I hope so. Boring as fuck. Yeah, it is. Nvidia's still pumping. I don't think it's gonna stop. I would be surprised if Nvidia hit like 480 before earnings. Nvidia is the Moses of the Mag 7, leading its people to the promised land. No, everyone's just hoping they have good earnings because Apple shit the bed. Why don't we just spend a bunch of money to push SPX up intraday and hope that the puts give up? Pumpers, probably. I mean, it's... You say it like they have a choice. These positions are underwater. Like 4,400, 4,425, 4,450. They're buried. I mean... And then to try to unbury them, they've been selling 4350, 4375, 4325, and 4300, right? They don't like I mean I feel like me and JFresh talked about this a lot. You know, they don't really have an option besides up. You say like we're not about to implode downwards. I mean, they're going to try to prevent that from happening as much as they feasibly can, right? Because then they get fucked. They don't want VIX closing today above like 1850. So they're exhuming their positions? That's what they're going for. So I guess the question is, can they keep this up forever? I mean, obviously not. We've lost like 500 basis points in the last 3 weeks. The keeping it up forever part's out the window. They're in damage control mode now. But Gork, what is it, Dork? Edgy's money. Re Dork, I swear to God, if you say money plays, I'm gonna time you out. Didn't they know this would happen eventually? No, I think they hoped that they would pump and pump and pump and eventually find someone to buy the top. Does this make you the most correct out of you, JFresh, and Doric? I think me and Doric are pretty even right now for today's outcome. JFresh just wanted straight down, big drops, which would have been cool. Bro, money on the table. They've got it. You fucking bastard. Who has the better calves? JFresh, Dork, or you? Me. No. I just sold a call, so it'll run now. You're welcome. Thanks. If Gurk says pump one more time, I'm not gonna make it. Pumpity pump, 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 pump. You win. You said push up today. I said failure. Yeah, but I said it would drop and then they would push it up into the end of the day. And tomorrow. Tomorrow, I think they push hard, but I think somehow the market's managed to make all of us wrong. Nope, there it goes. No? God, these people so. Why aren't they? You know what pisses me off is they're just not good at pumping anymore. Like all this fucking work, we should be at 44.50 right now. Has put OI ramped up through any of this move, or if put's been closing? Out of the money puts were closing on the bounce from 60 to 75. Nothing's really moved around since then. There hasn't even been a lot of like call volume actually. 44, 75, 70, 65, 60 have all been increasing slightly, but so has the call side at 80, 85, 90, and 95. And put volume still significantly higher than call volume for today, but that's also factoring in sold puts, right? Whereas I'm not sure there's that many calls being sold right now. I would say that most of this seems to be futures buying and like longer dated short puts. So VIX is still up 30 BPS, but VIX futures are down 254 BPS. Just weird as fuck. If that's on Nvidia earnings, how high can it go? All the call interest is like centered around 500. But it could potentially go higher. I mean, it depends if they beat. It could also tank like a rock if they don't. If they don't beat or meet expectations for this quarter, the price will drop. Probably really hard because it's so fucking overvalued. But the market maker's pricing in like a 20% move, so it's basically not worth playing. So they're further ingraining their losing position with more short puts. Well, it's only losing if the price goes down. Otherwise, it's a winning position, right? As long as the price keeps going up, then it's a winning position. Why do you think we'll stabilize or go up after today? Because the effects of like OPEX will be, at least on SPX, will be kind of washed out, and then we have like Jackson Hole and stuff into the end of the week, and bearish positioning is going to flip more neutral, which will ease up the downside pressure, and probably push us closer to like delta neutral by the middle of the week, depending on where delta neutral is by then. But it's not too far. It's at like 40, 44.28. So I would expect that into the like JPow's speech on Friday, we're likely to be trading above 4,400 but below 4,450. I don't think they have a lot of exposure left above 4,450. There's still some at 4,500 and 4,550, but very little. Do you think they have it at a level where we're likely to continue climbing all day? Yeah, that's what I said before. If we break back up above 4,390, we're probably gonna move up above 4,400. There's some resistance here. There's a put wall here at 4,390, but they've got some really good momentum right now, so I would expect that they can break through it. What the fuck is J&J doing right now? Oh, J&J's failing. Okay. Nvidia's gonna make its entire earnings move before earnings. Did you close out your bear put and call spreads at the end of last week? No. I closed some of them out this morning. The 4300 4150s I haven't touched. I closed out the 44 4350 around like 4370 when we bounced. And then the 4400 4425s that expired today, I closed out like right after we rejected off like 4390 this morning. They were up like 67% already. Can you tell Jackson to quit buying calls on J&J? Is he really? It's I mean it's not a bad play for like 2 weeks from now, probably. It sounds like if we move up through the rest of the week, the Amazon put play will be dead. I mean, the Amazon put play already printed last week. Um, it rejected off its upper trend or like its upper resistance today. I don't know if you got an entry in that in the range we discussed yesterday, but if you did, you would have made money. If you didn't, you'll probably get another opportunity to short it again. Although shorting Amazon into rising indexes is probably a bad idea. How does NVIDIA positioning look on the sold calls puts front? Any fat stacks that are sold? There was a fat stack at 4450, but that got squeezed out today. The next big one, I don't really think 60 has a lot, actually. Hold on, let me look. I don't compare SPY to SPX. We barely ever trade SPY. There's a bunch. So there's some sold calls at 460, and there's a shitload of sold calls at 70, 75, and 80. So if 460 is pressured and squeezes out here, it's probably going to squeeze out all the upside strikes. Does dropping to fill a downside gap on ES affect momentum negatively? What gap on ES? ES is like trying to break through 4400 right now. And if it does, there's really no resistance until like 4410. And 4405 doesn't have a lot of resistance. Break of 44.20 probably confirms at least stability under 44.50 into the end of the week. If not, confirms an uptrend into the middle of the week. Where do you see this pump ending today? We could go as high as we could potentially. I mean, I would say it could go as high as like 44.25. It's much more likely that it ends in like the 44.10 or 15 range. I think even if it tested 44.25, you'd have so much call capitulation that you'd probably fall back anyway. Gork, I got stopped out. That's fair enough, Dork. As one should. Remember when Jimmy would trade over $30? I do. $50 profit, I'll take it. Yeah, that's good. It's not like you're not going to get another opportunity to re-enter, right? Think they get VIX below 17 today? But Gork, what if market crash right the fuck now? I mean, if the market's crashing, you can just buy any put and you'll make money, right? Doesn't fucking matter. Not playing Nvidia, but been enjoying QQQ. You know, Nvidia's waiting in QQQ got slaughtered, right? I wonder if I should just go long Upstart to capture Nvidia's earnings move. Fuck, Upstart needs to break 35 before it goes anywhere, though. Lame. I hope this fucking triggers top and GME covering. Ugh. Still haven't broken the put wall at 43.90. I just want to be able to say sell 10-cent CCs on Fubo every 2 weeks. Is that too much to ask? How much is the in the money cover call on Fubo right now? At $2. You can sell $2 calls for like 25 cents a pop. For 25 days out, for 30 days out, you can get almost 30 cents. $0.40 in October. But Gork, what if it MOASSes? Oh well. Buy some calls. Fuck off. Seriously? Chance this gets rugged. Pretty fucking slim, right? This is like the last big pile of put interest. I'd be impressed if they're able to rug it here. I mean, I guess VIX is still above 17, but they've got to drive it down pretty fucking hard in order to get any of the rest of the puts back in the money where they have some leverage. Is it fair to say we could get a push all the way to 44.50 this week? Yeah, I don't think 44.50 is out of the question. Is SPX done with the downs? Ooh, depends on your time horizon. I think into the end of this week, probably. Yeah, or at least significant downs. But into next week, that's a totally different story. Does this pump before SPX dump? I think so. Yeah, I don't see anything super bullish coming out of Jackson's Hole. Well, I mean, unless the Fed changes their policy stance entirely during the symposium, their current policy stance. I mean, they're probably going to do one more rate increase this year. September's CPI and PPI are expected to be hot, and so they'll want to address that. They can't stop quantitative tightening, but they're definitely encouraged to start at least pausing rate increases moving forward after one more. Does nobody watch the member stream? It's like free. Did I miss the J&J exit while working this morning? I mean, you missed a better exit, but it's really not. I mean, even though indexes are moving up, it's really not gaining any ground. It looks like it's rejecting off the prior resistance and is probably going to continue to fall, right? There's a big long position on J&J that's exiting now that the disbursement's locked in, right? Similarly, there's a large short position on KView that's also going to be exiting. And, they're not just going to collapse it and lose all their money, right? So you're not just going to get like a fucking like an instantaneous like J&J down, KView up, right? You get a little bit of this, but it's going to be over time. That's why they weren't like weekly calls and puts. Joke's on you. I bootlegged the member stream. It's free. You also bailed on Billionaire, you cheap fuck. What about the next 7 minutes? I have a hard time imagining anything more than 10 minutes away. Above 43.90, we hit the call ramp. I was busy Sunday. Apologies. Yeah, my expectations for this week were we would drop to clear out some of the put interest today. I was hoping that we would drop more than 43.60, but they were able to get a foothold there and enough capitulation to drive prices back up. And my expectation is that at least tomorrow and Wednesday, into Nvidia's earnings, we're going to see pretty widespread pumps across the market. Then obviously, what follows that is going to depend heavily on how well Nvidia does. If they shit the bed, that's going to be a lot of value lost. If they don't, we'll probably stabilize relatively near the like 40 44 25 44 50 range, into the uh Jackson's Hole symposium. Give me one second. I got All right. Sorry, I'm just getting like inundated with shit today. J&J's actually breaking down from its trend. So the small bounce it realized is selling off. If anybody was interested in another entry opportunity, it could be one. At least your risk is really well defined at like 169.13, so that's not the worst entry. Also, I'm going to be on vacation for a month and not near a computer. As a rule of thumb, I take most things off auto renew because I tend to forget about them. No worries, I'm just fucking with you, man. I don't care. I sold this morning and bought back some of my J&J at a lower price. Oddly enough, the MM was still selling those puts I'd previously held. I know, right? It's fucking crazy how that works. Gherk is called away on his phone way more these days. I think Crazy Cat Lady got her claws into him. He's busy booking a table at that nice restaurant that he forgot to do for the third time. No, that's not the case. Perhaps that 4360 put wall is short puts, not long puts. Put wall, there is no put wall at 4360. There's a put wall at 4390, and it's mixed, but it is both long and short. Did they just short vol until puts capitulated? Basically, yeah, that's kind of how it works. So you hit everyone's stop because you lower the premium value of the put contracts. So if you can sell, like if you got big money, right, and you know puts are like long puts are stacked at 325, 350, and 375, then you can sell those strikes and lower the premium value of the contracts, especially if you have, you know, billions of dollars at your disposal. And so if they have stops set based on the premium value of the contract they're holding, you can stop them out without moving the price. If you can move the price up and do that, then you know, if you sell those puts and then buy calls, you can stop them out even faster. But in order to do that today, they needed some put capitulation on the long put side because they were falling into a lot of negative gamma, right? And so the hope there was that we would fall all the way back to 4350 where the majority of put interest was, but they got enough capitulation to reverse the trend at 4360, and thus we went up. Largely because of where we opened this morning, right? Like puts, like I bought puts this morning at like 43, 80, and 90 that went almost immediately in the money, right? And I sold those on the way down. So I mean, it's not absurd to think that puts would have taken profit in that range. I would like to have billions of dollars at my disposal. Yeah, we all would. All right, Surfa. My feelings remain unhurt. I took profit on one of my J&J 170 and a stop triggered on the other one. I still have 160 and 65. I took profit on most of my 170s. And I still have 60 and 65s also. $43.90 put while holding for now. How hard of a rejection would make you think it would hold for real? We need to fall back into the put interest, which is below us. So we'd have to reject at 90 and fall back below 75. I don't think that's going to happen. I think 75 and 70 are weakening as we drive upwards. Um, I think 40, like 3095, 4400, 4405, 4410, and 4415 are seeing increased call interest, right? So I expect that we're going to move above 4400 in due course. They have the leverage and they have the momentum. There's no reason for it to fail now. The only way I think this would fail is if we hit 4400 and they pull back their short puts, in which case vol would rocket and the price would drop really rapidly. But there's no reason for them to do that if they can drive it up above 4400 before pulling those back. So I don't see a situation that's likely where they de-risk their 4400 puts, at least today. In a broader sense, like a macro outlook, they have a chance of like kind of turning this around, right? If they can if Nvidia hits on earnings and, you know, the economic symposium's not so awful, you know, the more buyers may come in to support price action, right? They may get a little bit of that confidence back, which would be a good reason for not closing their short puts anytime soon. What's up, Kirk Berry here? If VIX breaks down below 17 here, how much spicier does this upside become? Carolina Ghost Reaper Pepper Spicy? Jesus. Um, that's a lot of adjectives. Maybe like jalapeno. I wouldn't even say serrano. Are you going to listen to my business plan for taking advantage of new UK biodiversity legislation? I want your Benjamins. Probably not. I just bought calls. Expect the market to crash. I'd be okay with that. You still think there could be some downside today? Do they bounce back down at 4415 or just chop above 4400 into close? It depends on how hard the call positioning to the upside gets blown out. If it moves really hard into the money, I mean, calls are going to capitulate, right? They're going to take profits, and that would probably cause a drawback. But I think if they get above 4400, they're going to hold 4400. I would not. I am not positioned. Yeah, but you need more than one red candle. You need a lot of red candles. Otherwise, it's just another opportunity for people to buy more calls. Hmm. Shockingly, not a lot of calls out of the money here. That's a little bit. 350 is kind of hard to cross. puts reposition here? Can they? Well, volume's still insignificant. Ooh. Okay. 4390 volume picking up a little bit. Not a ton, but a little. 85 a little too? What about 80? Less impressive. Dork. What if the puts reposition everything? Oh, it makes so much more money on the downside. Those motherfuckers. That'd be pretty cool. I swear to God, if I have to buy a further out of the money put. You just need to get margins so you can open debit spreads. And that way you feel like you have leverage. I just need to become rich and then not give a fuck. Yeah, but that's like step one to getting rich, right? Is using someone else's money to make money. That's like rule number one of becoming rich. I swear to God, if the call I just bought doesn't print, I'm not buying another SPX call until 2025. I just want to sell the calls I buy. Like, fucking complaining about your problems. I can't close positions in this shitty account. Your caps lock's key is broken. So you timed him out. Ridiculous. It helps to have a dad that owns an emerald mine in Africa to become rich too. Okay, but that's using someone else's money to get rich. Is Tup dead? It's up 21% today, man. Probably. Press the like button, if you guys could. Like, puts are really trying to hold 4390, but I don't know if they're going to be able to. God, the volume on all these strikes is ridiculous. Look at this fucking volume already, Dark. $80,000 volume on the 4,400 strike. The volume's put heavy, but a lot of the puts are sold, so it's put heavy volumes generally kind of bullish. You did say on Friday that Monday, Tuesday, most likely up. Yeah, I would have liked it to have dropped a little bit more today, but what are you gonna do? You can't always get everything you want. My man, I don't know what it was, but today was hard to sell those DT zero DT spreads today. I think I was too worried about the potential to break up or down at these highs and lows. I mean, I think our potential for breaking down here is very low. Not unless volume picks up massively to the downside, which it's currently not. I'm hedged 10 to 15K worth of SPY puts with 50 weekly top calls. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, you son of a bitch. Yeah, Nvidia's not short call heavy. It's I mean, a lot of the volume short call is closing, but Nvidia's gonna squeeze out the 460 fucking short calls next. What's up, Ben? Are you still bearish on SPY this week? Not this week, no. Not particularly. Also, does TUP still have upside potential? Yeah. Yeah, I think it does. We're not even at T plus 2 yet. It's so crazy, it just might work. They're near the money, I'm learning. Alright. If Nvidia's a predicted 20% move, then shouldn't buying a straddle make money? No, because the 20% move's priced into the straddle. So you need like a 13% move on Nvidia in order to make anything off of buying a straddle. Also, they're just overpriced. If Nvidia trades flat and IV crushes, you'll lose everything. If SPX is going to go up, I'd like it to pick up the pace. Plenty of time. Top T plus 2 day and Pickles picks? Fucking T plus 2's tomorrow and Wednesday, man. It's the same shit for every OPEX for the last 3 years. A large chunk of which you've been here for. Any prediction on what happens in the case Nvidia beats or misses? If it beats, it'll go up. If it misses, it will go down. Probably a lot for both outcomes. Maybe not as much as the market makers pricing in, though. Also, right now, it looks like Nvidia's pricing in an earnings beat regardless. So they better beat. When is Baba gonna implode to 45? That's a ridiculous price target. Gamma max on Nvidia? It's like 540. Hmm. All right, as sloppy as this is, yes, does look good to retest 44.20, at least the bottom of the prior trend. Although I feel like a test of 44.20 would just be a test of 44.35. It could get rejected here. Well, here. But I don't think 44.10 is going to be hard to break. All right, I have 50, 157, 607. So, $3. This is bad for my 2D poots. Yes. Baba puts are dead. Long live Baba. Why do you have puts? Did you have puts from before? Because it went down like 15% the last time. Did you buy puts this morning? Because it's lower than it was then. Still. It didn't say to get them. No, I bought puts at the bottom. So you just right at market open? On a rising market, right at market open, you bought puts? Don't judge me. How high was the IV on them? If the market's rising here, it's setting in China. That's not how that works. It's basic geography. Can we please close at 44.25? I would like that. I would like that a lot. Hmm. Well, I guess I'm going to take my 70%. What the fuck is IV? Some secret DD? No. Taking profits? Do you think uppies are done? No. I think J&J is gonna get dragged up with a market bounce. And so I closed my 65s and 60s while they were still up. And then if it bounces back above 170, I'll re-enter them. You should see where I doubled down on top calls. Let me guess, this morning's peak. Why isn't re-entering a wash sale? I'll just use different strikes or a different expiration. Also, I don't care if it's a wash sale if I'm profitable. I'm flush with unsettled cash, roughly 300. Do I roll back into puts when the time is right, or do I jump into the most regarded call you've ever seen? Is the most regarded call I've ever seen, hold on. Well, if it's not on QQQ, I don't know if I'm interested. But if it's a QQQ 365, 364? How much are 364s for the end of the day? They're so cheap, Torque. I must bought the wrong one. I just remembered that I can't close things. I almost fucked myself over real good. I did get rid of my QQQ 350Ps this morning for a small loss because I knew the video was going to bend me over a barrel and remind me why I never went to Uncle Kurt's house alone. I'm sorry to hear that. No zero GTA allowed. Fidelity sucks. I said 300, not 36.5. What day is NVIDIA's earnings? Wednesday, right? After close. Hmm. This is better than Apple? I don't think this is better than Apple. It's definitely more expensive. But I already have Apple. You know what? Fuck that. I'm gonna sell Vol. I would say that this is bullish, but I feel like a rug is coming. Are you gonna weave it? NVIDIA 465s are only $2,400, Dork. You got this, bro. What the fuck? I'm just gonna play all those short calls getting like fucking I'm gonna play all the short calls capitulating as they get squeezed out, and then I'm just gonna close everything by the time earnings comes around. I don't chat, but that was funny. It's okay. You can sell one $15 out of the money for $1,700. This pump doesn't seem very strong for as close to the end of the day as we are. We're not close to the end of the day. We still haven't broken above the 43.90 put wall. Still stuck on it. We need to move up to like 43.95, 96 to start to pick up like the call gamma and start ramping up higher. Where does the intrinsic value come from? Gamma? Gamma and delta? A lot of gamma, right? Because gamma increases as you approach expiration. Are you still in school? I remember you said you had classes a while ago. I am still enrolled. um, but I've gotten out of paying tuition for this semester. I really don't know if I want to go back. I wanted to get my MFE, but it's so fucking boring. Still, don't waste. You're already making enough of time. But I like learning. And I got to learn cool things. It's just in the most boring way possible. What if I blow up my port and I need to get a job as a quant? Dork can forge your degree. Don't lead with that in the interview. I absolutely would. My entire application process would just be me handing them my P&L statements for the last 5 years. And then them being like, our risk department wouldn't allow any of these trades. I'd be like, I know. And then not getting the job. I was going to school when I started the stream. I was already signed up for classes and everything. So, um, for a while there, I was taking classes at night while I was streaming, like back at like the end of 2021, beginning of 2022. And now it's been like a year and I haven't gone back, but you should bring me into the interview. You see him? He's my subquant. Notice anything different about him? Well, their first comment's gonna be, yes, he's naked. That's right. He's completely unqualified and makes indicators that make absolutely no sense. Subquant equals submissive quant. Is School of Stock accredited? Absolutely not. No profit takers on Nvidia after a 6% day? Really? I mean, most of the upside was realized because of short calls squeezing out. The 460 short calls haven't even squeezed out yet. Wait till that happens. Out of the money calls giving up? No, not yet. I think some 4390s took profit. Wait, I haven't been getting credits this whole time. You can have all the credits you want. They're just not worth anything. They'd respect that you brought your GIMP into the interview with you. I'd just be like, this is Dork. He's the guy who manages the price of VIX for me. Immediately hired. I'm gonna be like, I need a separate office for his cage. VIX straight to 30. Institution funds straight to 0. That's the trick, Dork. We get in there and we go long as fuck on volatility, right? Man, there's so many calls at 43.95 and so many puts at 43.90. Who's gonna win? Probably the calls at 4,400. How much exposure to the downside are you maintaining through the next couple of days? Are you still bearish after the OPEC settlement? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're still way the fuck below gamma neutral. We're still below delta neutral, right? So I mean, I have some downside exposure. It's kind of far dated and out of the money, but I'm gonna be adding to it on whatever bounce we get over the next couple of days. It's a power move. They'd ask, "Oh, who's that guy in the corner beating it to a Nvidia chart?" You say, "That's my GIMP. He's also my quant with a math degree from MIT." That's a Chad move. We gotta get our Japanese loans, buy treasuries, take margin, and long the ever living dick out of Vega. What if we do this? We take our money, we buy Japanese treasuries, deposit them, right? Get our leverage. Then we go long US treasuries at, a 3-to-1 ratio. Then we deposit those, take the leverage from that. Now we're at like 6-to-1, right? And then we go short as fuck everything. We call that the Huang method. Well, that's once we take a swap out on our US treasuries to our Japanese treasuries. You wouldn't want to be unhedged. Then we could get 10x leverage, Dork. Why stop there? We could just open a shit ton of variance swaps on our long Vega and go longer Vega. Yes. That would be if I actually had to go back and work a real job, that would be part of my contract, is that I'm allowed to continue streaming. They can't take it away from me. Which team has charm on their side today? Right now the calls do. Although if we move up $5 more, then the puts do. Although charm right now is minimal, right? It's like a Monday expiration after OPEX. I don't think it's gonna have a significant effect. I hate that the market. I fucking hate that the market is trying to tempt me back into my put. GME gonna bust 25 end of day or what? I don't know what you're talking about. Why would GME ever go to $25 during OPEX? This is why you can't go back to a real job. No one could be the boss of you. It's hard to go back. That's why I couldn't keep real jobs previously. Because you full ported calls, I don't know what you're talking about. I have some debit spread exposure on GME, but it's minimal. Gherk don't take no guff. GME Gamma Max is like 27 or so. I'd expect it to go to at least 30. GME Gamma Max is at like 24. It's really not cool anymore. Are we gonna finish at 43.92.50 just to fuck everyone equally? Probably. Yeah, that seems like the most likely outcome. Are you gonna be queen of the librarians? That's pretty hot. Official title. All right, so SPX can go up when NVIDIA squeezes out the 4060 short calls. I need to get tea. I think I want some tea. So I can inject it into these bulls. Don't ask Carl for any. I did once get a piece of mail addressed to me years ago as Queen of Cataloging. I'll never throw it away. Black team with lime? Boba? I do have some limes. Oh, but they're key limes. Those are going to be a little tart. You do need some tea? You're starting to look like Carl. That's impossible. I don't have red hair. No, not tea limes, key limes. I don't think I have any regular limes. Time to crowdfund dye Pi-Fi's hair red fund? No, because then I'd be just like, 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 like Carl or J Fresh, and I'd look like that guy, the singer. What's his name? The one who looks like Ron Weasley. Ed Sheeran. Chief Shushing Officer is the obvious title. CSO. No, they're onto something here. You'd be a smoking redhead. Okay, I think you just have a thing for redheads. I didn't before, but now I do. Is J&J the trade that just keeps on giving? I've flipped 170 Ps 3 times today for sizable profit. How long do we expect this volatility to play out? It could take quite some time. Here, I'll show you on a chart. I expect this to close. It started to, right? A little bit on this side, but not this side so much. I do. There's some tip touching expectations. Redheads are why I pay child support. You'd make a smoking blonde too if you're ever thinking about doing wild colors. That'd be pretty hot too. Come on, think of it. Hmm. I like my hair, the color it is. I don't like body modification. Except for manscaping, of course. Egurk. It's not homosexual if we're making money when the tips touch, right? No, it's homoerotic. Decent delta is starting to be present for the volatility cost on Series 5Cs. I'm waiting to build a large, long position of barely out of the money calls. It feels like we're finally relatively low IV again. Yeah, I saw the pricing on it today. I considered picking up some more. Although I still think there's going to be some time before there's any realization of liquidity there. Maybe like September OPEX. On you or on other people? No, just on me. We might need an annulment depending on the answer. I have black hair and tried tips in the 90s. Ended up just looking like a cheetah buzzed it the next day. I mean, frosted tips are pretty cool. Justin Timberlake had them. Gork, it kind of looks like they're having issues finding buyers. I don't think so. Starting to get the feeling Trash Jam wants you to blow his back out, which is wild considering there's a 92% chance he's a duck. He knows you're not Matt Kors, right? Yeah. What would it take to make you free street the tips? I don't know what any of that means. How close can top go to zero liquidity? I mean, pretty close if it doesn't trade any volume, right? Okay, so they're drawing down hard on ETF liquidity here. The index is still down for the day, though. Overall trend supported. Let's see. What's the volume on it right now? 28.82 million volume. So almost its float traded today. Yeah, still seems fine. That still looks good. 4 hours still looks good. Yeah, it still looks like it's not done doing its thing. When are they gonna squeeze out the shorts on Nvidia here? How do you feel about entering trades with stops? That's a good way to manage losses in a small account. I didn't realize any of those things are still up for debate. Matt Kors has a deck thing. Yeah, well, I have a duck. It's cool. Don't worry. We're not in a duck man relationship. We're in a duck centaur relationship. It's chill. Is this breakout taking longer than Trash trying to drink that bag of wine? Or is it just me? That wasn't Trash. That was fucking Darth. I felt bad for him halfway through the Ziploc bag. That's a slow chug, you know? I threw one in just in case the market gets its balls rejected. Fair. If I could sell the options that I buy, Dork, I would have so many more of them. Interspecies couples are so hot right now. I bought more GME this morning and my nips are hard because of it. Okay. I feel like we need a character in the financial industry to rip on. Someone undiscovered. Who would you choose? Hmm. Let me think about it. It's an easy mistake to make after watching that video, thinking that guy must be trash. Fair enough. He's just a Dan. That's he should have snipped a quarter instead of drinking out of the top. That was really a skill issue. Yeah, I did notice that towards the end that he was attempting to maybe he was trying to save the Ziploc bag for later. Don't worry, Gurk. Just 10 more days in a row where you hit max profit and you've got it. My 0.2 contracts are now 0.04. I'm rich. Well played. How much are my 4,000s up right now? 200%? I'd like that number to be higher. Oh, Dork, they're starting to squeeze the 460 on NVIDIA. It's time to moon. Did you see the meme I DM'd you? Maybe. When did you DM it? Like right now? The bag inside box wine has a spigot. Why not just use that? Well, I specifically requested a Ziploc bag. Why did you say save the Ziploc bag for later in a way that implied he was gonna put his donger in it? I mean, it's Darth we're talking about, right? This market sucks so much ass. I can hear the slurping from my home office. That bag's the only one he has for marinating meats. You see the ups for the rest of the week on SPX? Or is this more of an insignificant bounce that will resolve itself by the end of the week? No, I think we're probably gonna lock up somewhere around delta neutral into the pillaging of Jackson's Hole. Pick me. I can't trade currently, but can be the new Jim Cramer. I just have to be wrong more and harder. That's gonna be, it's really hard to beat the performance of Kramer being incorrect. The government said we probably won't be allowed to fuck aliens, but they've clearly never met the pickle jar and the Dans. You know damn well that Kendra and all the Dans are going to be the first in line to try out that alien snoo snoo. You know the odds of that working are really slim, right? I just told my calls. I realize I've doubled my port in the last 3 months. Thanks, King. You got it, man. Someone asked you were aware of how much money Pickle Jar has made. I want to know how many hours of productivity have corporations lost to the Mr. Pickle Man? I mean, I'm doing my part. If SPX pump and NVIDIA pump, why TUP no pump? I assume SPX and TUP are in the same ETFs. No. Also, how do ETFs work? You know what I do? Two aliens at the same time. I believe the correct term is a lussy. Hmm. Just the Louvre alone is staggering. Extra Terrassi. This is my dream for NVIDIA, that it rockets to 500 before earnings and then drops 50%. Has NVIDIA entered the only up zone now? Once it squeezes out the 460, yeah, pretty much. It's pretty much only ups until like 480. Someone leaked the J&J play to Seeking Alpha? I don't know, did they? Probably just someone who writes on fucking blogs on Seeking Alpha that's in the pickle jar. You gotta get your ideas from somewhere, I guess. That's what I love about these aliens, man. I get older and they stay the same age. How can it drop 50% when AI exists? I don't know, maybe Jensen admits that it doesn't. As long as the alien passes the Harkness test, I'm putting my donger on it. I don't care if her biology is incompatible. I'll do it despite the government telling me that I can't. You know, this is why we can't have nice things. This is why the aliens would never come here. They're just sitting outside of Earth's atmosphere in their UFO looking down at us. And they're like, well, we'd land, except if we do, they're going to fuck us all to death. Have you seen what they do to each other? This is a reasonable fear. If I was an alien, I wouldn't land here. It's garbage. This is why the aliens call me back and not you. I thought that was just because you lived in Oklahoma. And then you drink wine out of Ziploc bags? Huh. Who needs aliens? I've been getting probed all day by this market. Vic's fighting to hold 17. Hmm. So yeah, so the tiny rejection at 411.50. Although it doesn't look like there's a lot of volume. This is done. Next stop, 4420. Oh, Gork, I bought a call. Now what? Hope that the market keeps going up, I guess. Aliens would totally land here. Where else can you get 64 ounces of processed sugar water for 99 cents? Well, that's assuming that they're into sugar water. Every time I tell people about it, they start looking at me funny and saying things like, I think I left the stove on, or I'm getting a phone call. So I think they're government informants. That makes sense. I don't know how high the FTDs will be. I'd imagine pretty high. NVIDIA 595, 600. Bull call spreads for earnings. Sounds believable. Does it? I saw Men in Black. They're definitely into sugar water. Alright, I'll take your word for it. I swear to fucking God, if the market pulls back 10 BPS, I'm gonna actually be pretty chapped. Dork, do you have a 439 spy call? Don't lie to me. Do you have a 440 spy call? I have a stop loss order for my 426p at 295 that I don't want to get filled. Oh, I see. On the buy side. I'm not gonna lie, man. I hope it gets filled. You need to reposition anyway. Oh, wait, you're buying it? I'm confused. I'm trying not to buy it, so cancel the buy order. You've set a limit buy into the most volatile part of the day on a day with like 2 million contract volume on SPX. What if the market crashes right the fuck now? Then buying out of the money put. Dude, is GME gonna have a CNES? And that looks very stable. Dork. GME's tips have spotted each other from across the room. Oh boy. Exactly. They haven't quite locked eyes, but they've noticed each other's outfits. Hmm. Would it be advisable to pull back some $24 cover calls? Why do you have cover calls open during OPEC settlement? Never mind, you're you. Somebody quick write erotica about GME's tips. Let me just tell you when my calls expire and buy an extra week of theta. Is it this Friday? Because if it is, we're both fucked. How much money will I make if GME tests Gamma Max? It's got to be a lot, right? What do I have? 2025? So I need a test of GM. And then I have 500. All right, Dork. 20% bump in IV. Test of GM. By Thursday, I make 180 grand. Hear me out. Off $5,000. Yeah. On GME. Sounds too good to be true. I'm in. Well, I'm only most of the OI there. How many calls is that? Some? Wait. Let me just tell you when my calls expire and just buy an extra week of theta. I'd be more impressed if you sold credits so those debit spreads were free. This is why it's dangerous for inexperienced traders to watch PiFi stream. I think it's just dangerous for people who don't have $5,000 to throw in the trash. The market is so easy when you have someone to tell you what it's going to do all day, every day. When does this fall back to 43.50? Probably not today. I was on an interview where they said I would be responsible for a minimum of 20 people. How do I tell them the friendometer isn't ready for that type of responsibility? I don't know, just scream at them and run out of the office. Come back like 2 days later and be like, sorry, I got triggered. When does this rocket to 4425? I'd imagine somewhere above 4400. Short vol Nvidia, long vol bots, 1:8 ratio. Hmm. No, I don't like that if Nvidia misses. I mean, I guess it's okay, but I still feel like bots isn't the right product here. So 18K on 500? What have I spent here? I've spent like, how many do I have here? I have 50, and I've spent 600 on them. Hold on, let me see what it is for 50 contracts. So yeah, I can make about 18K. 18K on 600 bucks. It's not bad. Max profits 24,000. So, not that that would happen, but ooh, maybe NVDS. Lily, what about NVDS? Do you have Jimmy OPEC calls? I don't know. I have more than 50, Bo. I do have 50, but I also have more than 50. Describe those contracts to me, please. I want to know how worried I should be about the market maker assigning you into oblivion. What? How would I get assigned? I hope, dear God, I hope the market maker assigns me. Post reverse a split express with 3.75 million outstanding shares. Qualify as a small float. Yeah, it would. Still buying puts on Baba at risk. Probably waiting till tomorrow. There's too high a chance that like the index momentum keeps up. Okay, so now we've come back and we've tested 411. Now go up. Go back up. Yeah, like that. You're buying monthlies? No, they're fucking weeklies. Still holding the 915 Siri calls. No, I rolled them to Jan. Jan 567. The strikes of the 16-cent GME spread call between 18 and 22. What? They're they're I'm selling 25s, buying 20s. I didn't give you any advice. I just asked why you would have GME covered calls open during OPEC settlement. It seems dumb. I'm ready to degen into GME calls again. Any chance KView will OPEX to unwind a bit with a bit of liquidity? It could, yeah. That's what I'm waiting on. They were 24s? I bought 20s. Okay. Wait, if they're hedged, why do you care? How do you see Palantir going in the next few weeks? Good moment to short some now. It looks weak. You wanna short it while everything's running? I'd probably wait. If anything, this looks kind of like a bad time to short it. Especially with Nvidia's earnings coming up. Wait, do I even own two of those? I don't. Oh wait, I do. $95. So $3.73 and 88 cents. Okay, this is cool. All right, Dork, if we close above 44.50 today, we're done with PDT. Can TUP explode now? I don't know. Russell start moving again? It recovered after the drop. That's a good sign, right? Still a lot of high frequency trading. Hmm. No, I said if it goes to Gamma Max, I'll make 200 grand. And then I'll sell $5 in the money covered calls for 90 DTE. Then I'll make another 800 grand. Then I can take my shirt off. Hmm. What's up? Make everybody pump it, no reason. You're gonna wear an undershirt, aren't you? Probably. Yeah, I can see that happening. Is 4410 gonna happen? I hope so. People are buying a lot of calls. 4410 is one of those calls. They're also buying 15, 20, 4405. Wear tassels. I'll sub to Dillionaire if you do Daisy pasties. Wait, aren't you already a Dillionaire? Huh. Halton to close? No. Impossible. Hey, Dork, I'm going to show you something on the 1 minute, and I want you to tell me how it makes you feel. Are you ready? Jackson Hole starts Wednesday. Like 2 tips passing in the night. Pervert. Jimmy going back to 20 fast? I could only be so lucky. Almost time to tighten up my buy stop. The pricing up calls the last 30 minutes. Yeah. That couldn't be because more people are buying them, right? So rip into the rest of the week for indexes, or what's your guess? I mean, I think we probably move up towards at least delta neutral, maybe fast gamma, moving into the middle of the week. I don't know if that'll sustain into the end of the week. Obviously, the economic symposium speech on Friday will have some impact, but I bought a call. Sorry if we dump. What if we don't? Do you think Apex Clearing is ready for what's to come? Yeah, I think they can handle it. Ooh, moving up. If we go to Delta Neutral, I'll just have to live with that. Well, yeah, I mean, you can't do anything to stop it. Is the chance of testing 4415 high by end of day today? Is there a chance? It could, yeah. I mean, we got like half an hour left. Call buyings. There's a lot of call volume. You laugh, but the buy stop is a great way to play a reversal by strategically overpaying for options and putting yourself in a distinct disadvantaged position. It's so dumb that it's smart. You were muted on my PC. Why did you mute me? I don't see any reason for this to stop here. This would be a very weird price to stop at. 44.20, 25. That makes sense. Where are the futures buyers? That looks bullish. Hmm. Is this everyone just DRSing harder? Yeah, of course. NVIDIA casually up 800 BPS. Jesus fucking Christ. Somebody fix the market. It's doing a thing. Little pullback here. And then into one last bounce for the day, maybe? Where's their put interest? 90? That's really far out of the money. All right, give me a second. I'll be right back.
All right.
Thanks for letting me know the status of your current dress, Doric. I appreciate it. Hmm. Yeah, I see that Nvidia's at 469. Dork's wearing a dress? Proof or ban? Hold on. I got you, fam. I did a bad thing. Did you buy $20 out of the money SPX calls? Is there anything in this world that you find more delicious and satisfying to the soul than a slice of pineapple pizza smothered in budget ranch dressing? So, guys, there's now an opening on the quant team for a squiggle connoisseur. I'll be taking applications starting today. The application process will close Friday at 5 p.m. Tibbs. Worth it. Where can I apply? If you can't figure that out, you're not qualified anyway. Don't worry about it. I'm not sure there's a lot stopping us from breaking over delta neutral today. Do you think about an inverse iron condor in the video? Call side a bit closer to the money. Yeah, you could do that. They're not, I mean, they're not very profitable. The problem with them is the amount of money you lose if NVIDIA trades flat. Remember that time like a year ago? What? I bought weeklies. I was a weak man and saw possible gains, so I just went with it.
Me too. Ah, yes. I've been unsuccessful in adding new people to the quant team in quite some time. Although we probably need the help. The onboarding process is fraught with perils. Is this a good entry price for Baba? You know, for a second there, I thought it was Thunder, but now that you've asked, no. I can code if there's any coding work needed. What languages? Well, ever since Dan ran out of crayons, we haven't been able to get any new NDAs drafted up. Maybe we should just put a box of crayons in next year's budget. Is he going to eat them again? Baby Well Nuke, if you DM me a picture of a whiteboard with your trading strategies on it and your hopes and wishes pinned to the side, you're in. JavaScript, Java, Python, some R for data processing. Hmm. I have a team of people that can code. Also, our charts in bold primary colors with big letters so that 5-year-olds, I mean executives, can read them. Well played. Very well played indeed. Dork, is there any way we can have people code shit, but they don't know what they're working on at all? Really? Tips update? Kind of squishy, but not as sweaty as you would expect after a full day of trading.
The amount of effort it would take to obfuscate what we're doing would probably outweigh their contribution. Fair enough. You know those like computer science, intro to computer science books? I can code that well. So, you know. Actually, for liability reasons, visceral records, we need all of our psych evals written up in wingdings. Actually, that's horseshit. Jensen told me that coding is now just human, and I can speak human, so clearly I can code. Are we gonna run hard tomorrow? Probably not. You mean the market or GME? Do your magical tea leaves see us touching 44.25 by Wednesday? Before Daddy J Powell Volkers the fuck out of this market on Friday. I think the most bullish thing that Daddy J Powell could do right now is Volker the fuck out of the market. What I hope Daddy J Powell does on Friday is cut rates 25 BPS. Is that how you describe the garbage that falls out of your mouth? No, I just call that trash Dan. Or were we not telling people? I'm sorry. I hope he cuts by 150 BPS and wrecks everything. That's asking for an awful lot, don't you think? I understand the implication of what you said, but I'm a little fuzzy on the specifics. Me too. But as long as the implication came across, that's what matters. You're back in your put, but the market's going to keep going up. Why'd you do that? I tightened up my buy stop too much. You know, J-Pow can't blow up the world economy until Friday, right, Dork? Somehow GME's gone up all day. And it's still at the same price it opened at. What a great stock. Is Tup dead? I don't know. What's it doing? No. Okay, that still looks pretty bullish. Ooh, 4410 interest is picking up. So JPOW cuts rates, dumpies, Evoker is the market, dumpies. Am I missing something? Yeah, a 0.25 rate increase one more time this year helps ease the tensions in the current currency spreads. A little bit. It's a big week for Todd. Evidently, Goldman has his nuts in a pair of vice grips. GME brought us all together, at least. That's true. What's OPEC's risk on Baba looking like? Still prevalent enough that I'm not entering a position yet. Don't get me wrong, I really want to, but it's a big risk. Ooh, Tupperware's getting shorted. Nope, still going up. Penis? What kind of penis? Bearish penis or bullish penis? So you're just gonna sell CCs on GME until the price eventually drops back down to your cost basis? What's your plan with GME long term? That's the plan currently. I'm just gonna keep selling covered calls on it. I guess till I get bored with selling covered calls on it. The good kind. I don't want a bear penis right now, Dork. Put it away. You've chosen the perfect GIF. Trash. Well done. Why did you tell me to buy Baba puts and so many top weeklies? I didn't. I've never told you to buy anything, Popcorn Trader. You just keep buying shit. We might not get the butt blast into end of day that you would like. Are you trying to claw back my 4415 test? I lost my J&J profits on SPX puts. Well, at least you didn't lose the money that you spent on J&J on SPX puts, so it's still a, well, it's a step. Can you tell me where the top write-up was? There is no top write-up. I just talked about it on the stream yesterday. Could be. There are no 0 DTE top calls. Are you buying a put for overnight protection? I have plenty of puts for protection. But yeah, I'm gonna probably enter a straddle at close. Haha, green again? Take that, Kenny. What tub calls do you have? That if it hits $5, you make 200K. That's GME if it hits 25. Four minutes left. Bearish. They better not let vol close above 17. Jesus fucking Christ. The delta hedge on my single 4% out of the money spy put has got the market makers by the balls. You son of a bitch. Leaked announcement. Upstart and top M&A. New company is Tupstart. I really, for the sake of both of those companies, I hope that's not true. I assume TUP is in the same ETFs as NVIDIA, Upstart, Bots, AI pump play. No, not even in the slightest. TUP Starty, SPX and RQ merger. Hmm. The rumor is completely unfounded. Unlike the rumors from the sources familiar with the matter that Fubo is in talks to be bought out by Amazon at $15 a share. You're out of your mind, Dork. No. Ding ding. That was fun. The day is done. SPX closing at 43.99.95. But they did get that last bit of vol shorting in there at the end. Oh, 43.99.91. Sorry. That'll probably change again one more time. The 4400s get wrecked. They did, but they were also only $1 each. So I really don't care. Penis, penis, penis. Nice. Oh, Bears slapped the 4440 Bulls a little there. They did, as a matter of fact. I think the Bulls slapped themselves. I think they just took profits on the 4400s and left the 4395s open. Give me that $9 cash settlement. Fucking A. Where are we expecting KView VUPs? When are we expecting them? Could take a little while, but I would say within the next week or so. Let's see those tips on GME before we go. Okay. I could show you some of those. They've begun their descent. Which is moderately exciting, but currently is not providing any price improvement. So yeah. Tup's tips look kind of fun. Time for full port GME. I suppose that's an option if that's something you want to do. You'll probably lose most, if not all, of your money. Jesus Christ, that fucking NVIDIA chart is absolutely insane. What, is this not a normal day? It's only up 12.8% since Friday. What's 300 billion between friends? All right, so well, with SPX closing at the 4,400 range, it's very likely we'll continue to see some additional upside into tomorrow. We'll see how calls reposition tonight, obviously. But most of the put positioning today that was out of the money got blown up, and the rest of it kind of took profits. So we're probably not going to see any downside until a bit of that repositions, which I'm sure we saw a little bit of at the end of the day today. Nvidia is still shooting up. It probably will continue to rocket into earnings as it squeezes out sold calls at 4060, 4065, 4070, 4075, and maybe even 4080. GME, kind of a boring day, but there was a bit of covering going on. We'll see if that trend continues. I think that's about it. Delta neutral is obviously the next place we're looking to the upside on SPX. That probably will have moved a little bit lower today, so we should probably expect delta neutral in like the lower end of the 420 range. Gamma neutral and gamma max will probably also draw down today with the excessive amount of call buying that occurred. Nvidia somehow got 69 and 420 in its closing price. Nice. What about Upstart as a result of the Nvidia moves? The problem with Upstart is it's currently trapped under a shitload of put interest at 35. It might be able to break through that. If it does, it could be fun. There might be a way to play. I was thinking that might be a way to play like the long side of Nvidia earnings, because while Nvidia doesn't drastically influence the price of bots, it influences the liquidity of bots quite a lot. So maybe. Although equally risky if Nvidia misses. I don't think an iron condor would be beneficial there. You expect Upstart to trade flat? Interesting. Yeah, I don't think so. At least not right now. All right, guys. Well, thank you so much for tuning in. I'll have any updates out tonight, and I will see you all bright and early tomorrow. Have a good one, everyone. Later.